I got bored. Enough of this. I got bored. Yay! I am ready. I'm here. I'm here. Okay? Let's get to the floppy. What do you call a mouse that builds a house? What do you call a mouse that builds a house? A Kaiser. Get it? A Kaiser? You don't get it. You don't get my humor. What if some other massive VTuber get revealed as a shitty person and a massive POS? Yeah. Maiza Kaiser. Alright, I'm ready. I'm ready to give you what you wish. Wait, we were supposed to do a game at first. Okay, what game do you want? Dr. Jones, you were in the driver's seat. What game do you want? Dr. Jones, you are in the driver's seat. Dr. Jones, you're in the driver's seat. What the hell is this? Hello, problem what seems to be the officer. Your problem seems to be that you cannot tell me what game you want. You are bad. You are no good. You are no good, officer. Officer, you are no good. Wait a minute, let me see what's going on. Democrats holding shared in Minnesota. Shadow hearing. Cope, Keast Stale fired over 20 mil fan. Shapiro versus Newsom. Destiny and Benny. Short stream, fake streamer today. PvP UNC Raider with what? Trump fraudulently received Nobel Peace Prize. Oh yeah. Oh my god. He does not receive it because whatever. Maybe I will talk about it today. That is so funny. The Nobel Peace Prize thing is so funny. Do you understand my views on this matter? Do you understand what a big deal it is? There's no blood in my alcohol. Is that a game title? Is that a game title? There is no blood in my alcohol? If I type this into Steam, will I come up with something? Dr. Pepper. It should be, I should cross out Pepper and write Jones. Dr. Jones. I am drinking Dr. Jones. That's just kidding. The can is empty. Okay. Hello, the Dark Lord. Wait, the Dark Lord. Have I seen you here before? The Dark Lord. Are you here for the game or for the slop? What game do you wish me to play, the Dark Lord? Since I don't know if I've seen you here before. Or maybe I've seen you here before? I don't have vodka. Ugh. Why ugh? Why do you say ugh, the Dark Lord? Is it because I forgot about you? I'm sorry, you have not been here for a while. Or is this your first rodeo? Get some then. Wow. Estelle, come on. Be nice. We have a new old viewer here. The Dark Lord. 1, 2, 3, 5. You know? Why do you gotta go? What? You just came here. You just got here. Why do you gotta go? What are you saying, the Dark Lord? Okay, I'm gonna play a game. What game do you want me to play? Come on. Oh, I know. We're gonna play a demo of a game, okay? Do you like Dragon Quest? Dr. Jones, do you like Dragon Quest? Do you like Dragon Quest? Okay, we're gonna play Dragon Quest demo. Oh my god, this is going to be the best stream ever! You are logged in on another... Wait, what? Okay, I cannot play a game. Okay, never mind. I'm not playing a game, I guess. Never mind. Wait, hold on. Never mind. We're doing SLOP. Alright. We're not doing games. Because as it turns out, play SLOP like Suikoden. I cannot because someone else is using my account now. Okay. Oh my gosh. Okay, never mind. We're going to watch the SLOP now. The account is occupied. Alright. Where's the suggestion chat? Where's the... Okay, come on. Suggestion chat? No, not the suggestion chat. Mall, mailboard, bulletin board? Where's the... Weird. Stream suggest. There you go. Okay, we're gonna watch a VTuber SLOP thing. Suikoden is not SLOP. Suikoden is best RPG ever made. Okay? Alright. YouTube.
Ian Miles Chung.
Oh, wait. How VTubing biggest grifter got bullied off the internet. The story of Elfin Psyop. Do you know who Elfin Psyop is? Fido is lying on his back with his tummy up. Why would I? I don't know. No idea? Well, you will learn now. Okay? Miles Ayong Chong. It starts with Ios Mayen Chong. It all starts here. Okay? And it will go all the way.
Ian Miles Chung is a, let's say, political commentator that truly got in the spotlight in the run-up to the 2024 US presidential election. You see, Ian would tweet daily. We're talking hundreds of tweets.
Is Ian the VTuber? Is he the VTuber? Am I supposed to get excited now?
All centered on the topic of this election. The guy was acting...
I say the quiet part out loud. Hit the follow button if you can read this. 1.2 million followers. Dr. Jones says, every time I think I can't have VTubers more, they find some new way to piss me off. I'm a VTuber. What do you mean? Do you hate me, Dr. Jones? Do you have me, Dr. Jones? Why do you want to have VTubers? Is that a kink that you're sharing on YouTube, Dr. Jones? You want to have more VTubers? Do you want me to revive my VTube persona? Well, not persona. Avatar. Do you want me to go back to being a VTuber so that you can have me?
like his life was hanging in the balance if the wrong candidate ended up winning. In fact, he was so passionate about this topic that he...
Ion Mouse Shong. So let's get this straight. Most, if not all, of the individuals arrested for participating in the unrest, both online and offline, are being fast-tracked through the courts and given prison sentences of up to 9,000 years. Meanwhile, the few members of the far left who were also picked up are only having their cases heard months from now, once the heat has subsided and no one's paying. Wow, true. Elon Musk, very obviously so. And crowds with the machetes are not even being arrested. But one old man with a stick who didn't hit anyone and has no criminal record was put away for life. That's true, Elon Musk. One old man with a stick was put away. Okay, and all the machete crazies were just let go. It's like there was like a... I don't know. What is this? The Rwanda genocide in the US? People with machetes? What's going on? Did I miss something? What's with the machete talk?
Even reached the owner of the website, Elon Musk, who retweeted and replied to his posts constantly. Except, here's the thing. Ian wasn't even a United States citizen. He was Malaysian. And
I live in Malaysia, dude. We still sell our palm oil that makes its way to the EU. But I'm gonna vote for Donald Trump. See? He voted for Donald Trump the same way that I voted for Donald Trump. Okay? You understand me? Do you understand my feelings? Hold on, I...
And he lived in Malaysia. He didn't have a green card. Hell, he didn't even have a US tourist visa. In fact, most shocking in all this, the guy had never stepped foot on United States territory before.
Wow. Okay, that's interesting. But what does it have to do with VTubing?
Not once in his life. And yet here he was, shamelessly quote tweeting things like multiculturalism will tear our country apart and saying, that's right, they need to get out of our country. Bro, what?
Our country? Wow. Which country is that? Malaysia? Oh my god. Truly.
What do you mean our? What? Or how about I refuse to be governed by an Ugandan named Zohran Kwame Mamdani. Get out of my country. What do you mean your country?
My country? Wait. I refuse to be governed by Mamdani. Is he a New Yorker in Malaysia? Oh boy.
Country, excuse me. You see, the thing with Ian, if that's even his real name, is that he was the perfect example of a grifter. Someone who pretends to believe in something while not giving a shit about it, all to benefit directly from it, whether financially or by other means. And he sure as hell did. Not only does he have 1.2 million followers, he also lives in the United Arab Emirates, a country that's significantly more expensive than his home country of Malaysia. So why am I telling you all this? Well, it's simple. For as long as so many of us can remember, a grifter only took on a few different forms, whether it be...
Wait, what does that have to do with VTubing? Like, when does get out of my country true?
A politician or someone extremely rich, people of power. It was a known fact that these people changed their politics based on the highest bidder that was filling their pockets. But today we live in unprecedented times where just about anyone can become a grifter and benefit directly from it. It's not a privilege reserved for the people in power anymore. This means anyone can be a grifter. Even if it was...
I can also be a grifter. Wait, what is this? Elfinip Psyop. Do not hun. Federal agent VTuber. I like tanks. Femcells aren't real. I am the epitome of grotesqueness. elflinsayab.gmail.com. What is this? What? 103k followers.
A severely alcoholic mess of a VTuber. You see, from the first day that Elfin Psyop started streaming...
Oh my god, what is this? What is this VTube model?
Targeted a very specific demographic. Males who would typically share the same idea.
Cute, kind, pure, innocent, big boobs, sewed, big thighs, girly, empty head, smells like flowers.
Ideologies you'd find on 4chan, who love edgy humor, dislike minorities, and most importantly, never receive female attention. All she had to do was post slurs and insults directed towards minorities every day, all while acting as edgy.
Thinking Gojo is so cool, we can tell you're Indian. Never mind, he's African, bros. It's the same thing anyway. They're dark too.
As possible, and through this, she was able to attain over 100,000 followers in less than 2 years. But that's not all. She was also able to make close to 6 figures in those 2 years by building very unhealthy relationships with those viewers who get no female attention.
Oh my god.
For example, calling those viewers on Discord and starting to touch herself without them knowing as they were talking. And that's not even the worst.
Does anyone want to buy me blanket? I used to hump every day for money. I need money for rent, snacks.
Thing she's done. I mean, she was literally posting audios of her gooning to her general chat in her Discord server, accessible by anyone, okay? But this, of course, had its massive benefits. Elfin was so successful in doing this. She was so unstoppable too, invincible to all sorts of criticisms, that you even had bigger and more viral VTubers try to emulate her, try to copy her. That's how dangerous her influence had become.
Oh my god.
But that would all be until December 2025, when
okay.
demons from her past would catch up to her and expose.
Oh, as always. Okay, as always, we're gonna see what those demons are. My goodness. I'm part of this community, sort of, kind of. If you Google my name, if you Google Lucy Haze, I will be described as a VTuber still, okay? There's a wiki, there's a VTubepedia page, and I'm in it. Incel content? Sorry, I'm already watching Vosh. You are watching Vosh? I'm sorry, you're watching Vosh? Right now you're watching Vosh? You traitor. How dare you watch Vosh? Hold on. Let me see if Vosh is even live right now. Vosh is not live. You're lying to me. And if he is, make him raid me. No, Vosh is not live. You lied to me.
To us all that she's actually one of those minorities that she insulted daily. It would turn out that she is Pakistani. This is where her entire life falls apart as her simps try to grapple with the fact that she is a minority. But of course, it doesn't end here because she
Wait,
might have
what?
from her past would catch up to her and expose to us all that she's actually one of those minorities that she insulted daily.
Uh-oh. Oh no. Oh no. The VTuber that is racist and bigoted is also part of a minority group. Oh no.
Turn out that she is.
It also says your birthday is August 14th. I have no idea where people took that date from. It's February 28th. I have no idea where people took August 14th from.
Pakistani. This is where her entire life falls apart as her simps try to grapple with the fact that she is a
Your Paki brothers will miss you, Elf in Pakistan.
minority. But of course, it doesn't end here because she might have committed a pretty serious crime that made her eventually want to delete all her socials to scrub the proof. And yes, it involved a minor. This is one of the more
Oh no, again something involving a minor. Oh god.
disturbing videos I've ever made. And word of warning, throughout all of it, you'll lose hope in humanity multiple times. So before we get started, I thought I'd get the good news out of the way first. I was able to achieve a very cool goal of mine, hiring my artist Weioang full time. Yes, the same artist who makes illustrations of me all the time and who also made my VTuber model. This was all thanks to your guys' support and,
Oh, this guy's a VTuber as well. Suspicious.
course, Stacked. It's a creator platform that aims to rival
This week, where Twitter displayed the user's location was in the top 100 or 10 times to be on there.
other sites like Patreon. But instead of forcing you to sign up to paid memberships in order to take a more attractive percentage, they just take a flat 10%, nothing more, nothing less. And on the day of this video uploading, I'm launching my page with them.
What is it with those content creators and being in trouble for minor stuff? What is it?
There are multiple tiers on my page, all made to give you the most value out of your money.
And they're always big and successful.
And they include 4 high-quality illustrations from Weio every month, as well as 2 exclusive rambling videos from me where I just yap. So if you have insomnia, I think this is perfect for you. I'll be very active there, so if you're interested, the link's going to be in the description and the pinned comment. And now that the good news is finally out of the way, let's get to the bad news. The entire story of Elfin Psyop. Let's do this. All right, so first off,
This is my community. This is the VTuber community that I'm a prominent member of. Just keep this in mind when you watch this.
Is a girl failure. This is something that Elfin Psyop would identify as for the entirety of her career. It's also one of the main reasons she was able to gain so much influence in such a short time. Well, if you
Influence? What influence? What the hell does that mean? Influence. What a silly thing to say. I mean, she gained viewership probably and money, but influence? Influence over who exactly? Influence. Come on. Get real. Okay? Influence.
you Google this term, you'll get a definition saying a fictional girl or woman who is endearingly pathetic or inept. And while yes, this is true to some degree, it barely touches on the whole story. In fact, if I had to explain what a girl failure meant, then I would say it's nothing more than a modern and extremely bastardized version of a damsel in distress. Yes, the idea of a woman that finds herself in such a desperate and helpless situation and can only ever hope to get out of it thanks to the help of a man, preferably a white knight in shining armor. He would extend his hand to her, he would save her, and they would live their life happily ever after, with the man taking full credit for the woman's happiness. At its essence, this is exactly what the term girl failure means. A woman who is such a loser, someone who can't take care of themselves, that's just waiting on a man that can fix her. But when it came to Elfin, she wasn't just a girl failure, she also happened to be someone who was very mentally ill and severely alcoholic. But don't take my word for it. This is how she would introduce herself to people who would find her account on Twitter. Hello, new people. I'm Elfin. I'm a loser. In parentheses, girl failure. Whatever. Stinky elf federal agent. I love bugs and I've got bruises. I'm a very messy person, tired, and a massive alcoholic.
Oh my god. 154 centimeters. That's like When? That's when height.
Interests are conspiracy theories, astronomy, military history, and coding. I'm also extremely edgy, so you might see me post retarded rants while drunk. Wow, what a flattering introduction. I can totally see how she needs a white knight to save her from her predicament. But other than her making alcohol her entire personality and being a very clear example of what a pick-me girl is,
Alcohol, her entire personality. Maybe she's Slavic.
you'd probably never guess that this person started streaming in February of 2024
Now we already know that she's Pakistani.
and by mid-2025 had over 100,000 followers. So how the hell did she manage to become so big in such a short amount of time while having an extremely loyal community that would practically die for her? Well, it involved a multitude of different factors.
Oh
One of the
boy.
first factors is that she was edgy, like extremely edgy. It's as if she was competing.
Where is my loyal community that will die for me, okay? Where is it? Where is it? Can I just say you deserve it if you fail at it? It ain't hard to do it. I'm sorry.
For the edgy Olympics and wanted first place. Like this right here was a tweet of someone saying they went to the mental hospital and the nurse laughed at them for attempting to leave this planet, right? What does Elfin do? She would quote tweet this and say, can I just say you deserve it if you fail at it? Like, it ain't fucking hard to kill yourself, I'm sorry. How about this tweet? Some black people shouldn't have rights. Or this one, where she says, so I became a Nazi, yeah bitch, I'm the villain, showing a German pistol. She tried way too hard, and for the average person, this was extremely cringy. Like in this massive tweet with multiple paragraphs, she's basically saying, oh, you're saying the N-word hard R, you think it makes you based? Edgy cool? Say actual vile shit. I want more edginess. Like imagine lacking so much self-awareness that you think this is actually cool. This was as far back as November 2024, and look, it would have normally been ignored. She's not the first one to be...
I've never heard of this person, by the way. Never in my life have I heard. I'm learning about this person now, together with you. Together with my loyal audience that is ready to die for me.
Is edgy on Twitter. Normally, right? Someone like Elfin would have never gained more than 10,000 followers. I would have never had to make a video about her to begin with. So what was really one of the main factors that put her on the map? What changed everything for her and her entire career?
I don't know.
Well, her belly. That's right. And I wish I
What?
was making this up. I'm talking about her belly, her stomach, her abdomen. She would periodically post pictures of it on Twitter, and she would gain tens of thousands of likes.
What?
For example, I remember this one
Let's slow it down there, Lucy. What do you mean?
because I saw it on my feed. It had the caption of whatever, enjoy. And it was literally just her abdomen. Here's the high res. I mean, it's nothing special, right? So why did this post in particular gain 15,000 likes? Well, because she's a VTuber. I wish I was kidding. At this point, one could call this a kink, and the Twitter algorithm rewards it heavily. Like recently, I saw a picture of cleavage on my feed. It had over 20,000 likes. I was like, what makes this cleavage so fucking interesting? I went to that person's profile and I saw they had 200 followers, but get this, they had a VTuber profile picture. That's right, the appeal that someone who is anonymous, that is too shy to show their face, is sharing skin. Elfin loved the attention this brought her. So as I said,
This is stupid. I'm sorry.
she would post this periodically, and every time she would gain so much attention on her profile.
Oh boy.
It's insane. But it doesn't simply end here. After the horny guys would follow her because she
I am 20. I've never had a boyfriend. I'm a virgin. I have never kissed, had sex or anything before. I hate myself so much. This is such a terrible situation. Okay. Oh my god.
has a nice looking belly, they'd start seeing her other tweets, her girl failure tweets, where she would say things like, I'm 20, I've never had a boyfriend, I'm a virgin.
No, it's Ivra never had a boyfriend.
I've never kissed, fucked, or anything before. I hate myself so much, this is such a terrible situation. Look at
It's such a terrible situation. What is this? I know this character, by the way. It's Tomoko from the anime. And I'm actually saying to you the real title of that anime. The title of the anime this character is from the anime called No Matter How You Cut It, wait, what was the title of that anime? No matter how you cut it, the reason why I'm not popular is your fault, or something like that. Or no matter how you cut it, it's your fault that I'm not popular. That is the title of the anime. No, it's not. It's not my fault I'm not popular. It's your fault that I'm not popular. Because the Japanese title has Kimi ga warui. Dokangete mo watashi wa motenai no warui no wa kimi ga warui, or something like that.
This post, for example, legit just gooned and it looked exactly like this. I'm fucking literally hurt. I stink right now. I'm gonna kill myself. I'm so upset. I wish I fucking had real life friends. I should be out hanging out at a bar right now.
Why at a bar? That's so strange. That is so bizarre.
This post, posted on December 14th, 2024, would have over 2.9 million views and 85,000 likes, as well as 1,000 comments and 28,000 bookmarks. This is one of the most pathetic posts you can imagine, and there it is, going viral. Should post something like this every single day.
I don't know how to flirt with men, so I'm just going to chug a beer around them and hope they notice my alcoholic aura.
Hey, and it all goes back to the whole damsel in distress phenomenon that I was talking about earlier. She was a VTuber who only had male interests. She was edgy, racist, and seen as based by some people, and she had a nice looking belly, which I should
have done the whole VTuber thing completely differently.
People's imaginations run wild. They think if it looks that good, then her face must look amazing too, the rest of her body as well. But the cherry on top is that even though she's all these things, she also happens to be a girl failure. She's someone who hates her life. She has no friends. She lives alone in the UK.
Dr. Jones says, oh, when I say shit like that, I'm a pervert and need to register on the registry in the 90 days. True, you are a pervert, Dr. Jones. Corvina Estelle, you mean you should show your belly? It's too late now. You already know how my face looks like, so it won't work. I should have done it when I was still a VTuber.
As a student, and the cherry on top was that
I think my redeeming quality, despite being a massive gooner, I'm still a virgin. What?
Was a virgin, guys. She was pure. A witch could use her tears to make a potion. And she was just waiting for the right guy to fix her and wife her up.
Oh my god. Vladimir says, totally normal VTuber behavior. I don't see any issues. True.
She understood this very well.
This is my community.
This was all a very elaborate plan to begin with. She still managed to take it to a very worrying next level. And that would be when you would take the next step to join her Discord. Her Discord is exactly what you would expect. Elfin would spend a worrying amount of time on there. She was practically chronically online, and anyone could pretty much talk to her. Most conversations revolved around two things.
Elfin, do you choke yourself? Yeah.
The first one being about racism, and the second one being about her being a massive gooner. Here you can see someone saying,
Elfin's been mostly quiet in the server today because she's embarrassed about how hard she was horny posting while drunk last night. Doubting you is part of the gig, fat girl.
Elfin's been mostly quiet on the server today because she's embarrassed about how hard she was horny posting while drunk last night. To which Elfin replies, we're not talking about that. A viewer would say, you gonna call her a good girl, or is that just for you? Elfin would say, me. And an amazing example right here, someone saying, Elfin, do you choke yourself? And Elfin replying with, yeah. It was pretty much a server just to worship her and hope that she'll give you attention. Additionally, you'd see her say
Estelle says, I wish could use her tears as a potion.
Seen things that she couldn't even post on Twitter. Like, for example, if I had to f a dog, it'd be a husky. I genuinely don't know what to say about that, dude. Like, I genuinely, I mean, I'm speechless, but I wish things ended here. Elfin would take this parasocialism that she had built in her Discord server to a level that no other VTuber had ever taken it to, especially if they were the same size and influence. During her career, she would post over 11 different audios of her literally gooning with a vibrator. And get this, she wouldn't like post them in a private channel with her top donors.
Why is the screen blank all of a sudden?
Whatever. No. She would post it in general. In the chat.
Also, press like on the stream, okay? Press like on the stream, and I will use this opportunity. I know that this does not seem like the content that fits the profile, but join my page, lucyhaze.org/live, and consider supporting my war journalism. Yes, that's a little bit of a vibe that's different, but you know.
Channel that anyone who joins the server has access to. Now look, I'd love for you to listen to this clip in particular because it is so ridiculous, but you can literally hear a vibrator in the background, okay? So instead, I'll reenact the first 10 seconds for you because it is one of the most bizarre things I've ever heard in my entire life, and I mean that. She goes, eh, in the most like lolly voice possible, then she says, if there's any...
What? Press like on the stream for more journalism like this. Good, be quiet, Estelle.
Slavic guy out there that wants to marry
Slavic? Why? Wait, what? Why Slavic? Oh my God, why Slavic?
me and kill.
What?
She goes,
Why Slavic?
in the most like...
What?
I've ever heard
Hold on, why Slavic?
the first 10 seconds for you because it is one of the most bizarre things I've ever heard in my entire life, and I mean that. She goes,
Eh,
in the most like lolly voice possible, then she says,
if there's any Slavic guy out there that wants to marry me and kill,
N-words hard R,
I want to murder all.
Vladimir says Lucy is a war pervert just like Dylan. What?
N-words hard R. Words hard.
Slavic guy out there that wants to marry me and kill.
N-words hard R.
I want to murder all.
N-words hard R. And I'm telling you, during the whole thing, you can hear a vibrator going bzzz in the background. Like, bro, what are we doing here? Like, what is my life? What the fuck is this? That already tells you a lot about who this person is, right? And of course, if you were to confront her about this, she'd say, oh, I don't remember. I was drunk. I'm an alcoholic. It's my entire personality. And now you might be making the mistake of thinking, Mugen, all right, I get it. I get why she had so many followers and I get why she made so much money. And I mean, buddy, do you really think I was going to let you go that easily? No, because now the fun begins. What do you do when you have an army of 100,000 military-aged men who willingly castrated their balls to worship you? Well, you start reaching deep into their pockets by soup.
By what? By soup?
I get why she had so many followers and I get why she made so much money. And I mean, buddy, do you really think I was going to let you go that easily? No, because now the fun begins. What do you do when you have an army of 100,000 military-aged men who willingly castrated their balls to worship you? Well, you start reaching deep into their pockets by suicide baiting.
What? Oh my God, really? I heard soup at first, but okay. Okay, I get it.
Tweets like this wouldn't be an uncommon find with Elfin.
Cocorgon says, man, it's so painfully easy to milk lonely Nazi men on money.
Saying things like, genuinely want to kill myself, man. Or how about this post on her Discord saying, I just
I thought he would say soup baiting for some reason.
got charged like $1,800 about as tax. I'm literally exempt from paying that since she's a student in the UK. They just plainly took my money for my tuition and I have to pay rent soon like a year's worth. I'm gonna actually fucking kill myself. She would then talk about how depressed she is and unmotivated and oh my god, I need to earn rent. Even though, as you might guess, none of this was actually true. She'd keep this lie going on other platforms.
I'm getting kicked out of my apartment, so I don't pay a whole year upfront. Time to find a new house or go homeless, I guess. Streaming from under a bridge. Oh my gosh, I should do this.
Too, saying I'm getting kicked out my apartment soon if I don't pay for a whole year up front. Time to find a new house or go homeless, I guess.
I mean, I am of HRT because I cannot afford the visit, but nobody takes pity on me. My super cool community does not take pity on me. Not, you know.
Streaming from under a bridge, fuck. She'd have 101 replies, all begging to help and wishing her the best and being worried about her. Poor Elfin. Now get this, she'd say, does anyone want to buy my blanket I used to hump every day for money? I need money for rent, thanks.
Oh my god. Oh my god. Dr. John says he chose the best side of censorship, just slightly less annoying. That.
Now look, most people, if they tweet something like this, they'd be laughed at. Maybe people will think, oh, they're just joking. As I had mentioned already, Elfin had an army of 100,000 men who castrated themselves just to worship her. So what do you think actually happened? She got offers. Someone would say, actual? Question mark? Offer? Question.
Actually.
Question mark?
Oh my god.
With $1,000 runes, to which someone would say, PayPal or Venmo?
Oh my god.
She had these guys wrapped around her finger, and she knew that. She'd somehow always end up being short on money no matter how much people donated.
I need to earn money for tuition. I have to pay it by September. And rent too. So please commission me for artwork. I can do silly doodle and memes. I mean, at least the person can draw. Okay, nobody commissions me for my super cool art.
And at some point would even open commissions. Yeah, well, it turned out that her commissions were her just finding a Japanese artist, stealing their art.
Wow. Oh.
And then adding small modifications and
Oh, well, never mind then.
making it her own.
Never mind. I actually draw my own stuff. Never mind. Oh boy.
Fans didn't care. Listen, she was a girl failure. She wasn't perfect. Yes, she did some weird things, but don't worry. They'll be the one to fix her. So chill. Elfin had essentially done what no other edgy VTuber could have ever hoped to achieve. She said some of the most vile, racist shit known to mankind, all while having a massive army of simps supporting her. God, I mean, she must have felt invincible, like she could do anything, like she was untouchable, and to be honest, she was. But that was, of course, until
I've never heard of this. And to think that I've never heard of this person before. At least she wasn't tracing AI.
her entire world crumbled right before her very eyes, all due to someone she thought she could trust. On December 4th, 2024, I'd release a video titled How This Entitled VTuber Lost Her Career Overnight. It would talk about Gunpei, an extremely edgy VTuber that had 1/10 of the audience Elfin Psyop has. You see, someone made a fan-made plushie of her and wanted to sell it. She had a complete crash out and started being racist towards them. The entire VTuber community rallied against her, and instead of apologizing, she doubled, tripled, then quadrupled down. It was very embarrassing and humiliating just for about anyone who had self-awareness. Now, after my video would come out, some people would take it upon themselves to investigate her further. What they'd end up finding is a very, and I mean very, parasocial community. You couldn't even join her Discord server if there was any doubt that you were a woman. Gunpei would immediately ban you. and say that she doesn't want any other man in her server to give attention to any other woman but herself. She essentially acted as everyone's girlfriend, but it went way beyond that. If you sent her a picture of your sausage, yes, your straight up genitalia in DMs, instead of blocking you like 99.99% of women, she would instead give it a rating. She'd compliment it. She'd write a paragraph about it. Yeah, trust me, I was shocked too. Anyone could essentially DM her anything, and she was chronically online in her Discord. This is how she was able to get so many different gifts and so much money from her community. I know this already sounded familiar to you when it came to Elfin, but it went deeper than that. Gunpei had another account by the name of Zuba. She used to post normal things on there, but then one day posted an image of her in a bikini, specifically showcasing, yeah, you guessed it, her belly. That tweet would get over
Oh wait, there's hair as well. There's hair as well. So I should have done this. I should have done this as a VTuber. I'm a thin person.
25,000 likes. And that's when she would decide to make a VTuber, knowing she can take full advantage of that. And she did. She was practically invincible. That whole backlash about her being racist, my video coming out, nothing affected her at all. But her career still somehow ended. You know why? Well, it turned out...
Let me guess. She texted a minor. Which, I will remind you, some content creators are immune even to that, okay? Some content creators are immune to that. Destiny. Destiny. Remember that Gunpei person that started drama over plushies months ago? Apparently she was in a relationship all this time, and people in her community found out about it. Okay, who cares?
She had a boyfriend.
Oh no.
Community that you're their collective girlfriend, and that turns out you had a boyfriend behind the scenes, you lose all your fans. It's just that simple. This revealed she would scrub her YouTube channel, delete her Discord server.
Oh my god, that is so pathetic.
Deactivate her Twitter account. She would briefly reactivate it later and sell her entire model and assets for around $2,200. It would somehow get bought by a viewer of mine. I hope he's enjoying the model. And that was that. It wasn't her racism. It wasn't her weird attitude. It wasn't her being an unlikable person that canceled her. It was simply her having a boyfriend. When you're parasocial, you're invincible unless you're lying to your community. That's the one taboo rule you can't break. What's really funny is that she would go as far as trying to reinvent herself, creating a new VTuber identity in May of 2025. And in just the span of like a couple of months, people would discover that there was a lot of similarities between Gunpei and this new Mirio Maki. On July 8th, she would post an explanation apologizing for her past behavior, and she hasn't posted or streamed since then. Now, you would think that since her and Elfin shared so many similarities, back when her...
Let me guess, Elfin has a boyfriend as well, and that's what ended Elfin's career? Question mark, question mark, question mark.
her controversy was happening, Elfin would have maybe came in and defended her. I mean, Gunpei wasn't even saying half the edgy shit that Elfin said on her feed, right? So come on. Surprisingly, though.
Oh my god, my base racist Chuba. Ooh, it's only funny when they say shit unintentionally, and I'm not in an active effort to harm, insult someone. When did we lose sight of what's actually funny? Bro lives in Vietnam. There's no way he is struggling for extra cash in that country with his business.
Okay, it's not really a surprise. Elfin would join the dogpiling, saying, "Oh my god, my based racist Chuba, ooh, it's only funny when they say unintentionally and not in an active effort to harm/insult someone." When did we lose sight of what's actually funny? So look, this tweet makes absolutely zero fucking sense. Okay, this is just Elfin being the typical pick-me, seeing that someone's being hated and trying to profit off of it.
Of course.
Well, it's simple. Gunpei had a lot of parasocial fans, so Elfin clearly wanted some.
Where are my parasocial fans? Am I not sexy enough for you? Listen, am I not sexy? Ouch. I am sexy, okay? And you know it. Where are my parasocial parademons defending me because I am hot?
Her community instead. But above all, she wanted you to know
Ooh.
that she wasn't a grifter.
Not
okay?
racist
She
enough.
was a real girl failure. She was somehow taking the moral high ground. I'm not fake like you, okay? I'm authentic. I'm as real as it gets, and I know what I'm doing.
Damn it,
And
Lucy,
that's
you
the
remind
attitude
me.
she always took when she saw someone doing something similar to her and getting canceled or getting into trouble. What's deeply ironic here, though, okay, is that barely a few months after she was taking this moral high ground on Gunpei, someone would come out with a 51-page Google Doc about her on April 18th, 2025. His name was Average Bird Enjoyer, and this was significant because he was watching her from the beginning back in 2020.
How it was versus how it's going. Happy 1 year. You've come a long way. Proud of you, dude.
Before, and he was one of her lead mods. He was always there for her, as well as always in her chat. I mean, look at this. On his schedule,
Elf is currently dead asleep. Potentially no stream today. We'll move to tomorrow if that's the case. That was me calling her to see if she'd wake up, lol.
stream on YouTube, there was a pinned message saying, Elf is currently dead asleep. Potentially no stream today. We'll move to tomorrow if that's the case. The stream was still running as she was doing some sort of a donathon. It's kind of like a subathon, but it involves direct money. You'd hear some sort of a Discord ring on the stream.
Vezon says, I will always say that the only truly wholesome VTuber is Iron Mouse. Wait, what about me? I am the only wholesome VTuber, even though I've not been VTubing for a while now. Am I not the wholesome VTuber, Vezon? Do you think I'm not wholesome? Am I not wholesome enough for you?
Say, that was me calling her to see if she'd wake up. Lol.
I am a VTuber for life.
This was someone who, as far as the community was concerned, was close to her. In fact, the guy wasn't just close, okay? He was borderline insane. At some point, Elfin would be streaming and she had a donation goal for PC funds set at $100. Average Bird Enjoyer would come in and donate. In one payment, $10,000.
What? The dude donated $10,000. I do have a VTube model. You can still find my VTube videos on my channel. They're still up. I should be able to show you my VTube. Wait, hold on. Should be able to show you my VTube avatar. One moment. I'll show you. One moment, please, okay? Lucy Child Logic, maybe. This should be my Haza. Oh, there we go. Yeah, I can just hold on. I can just play this video, okay? Of course I can. I can do that voice. Oh yeah, yeah, yeah. Of course I can. I can always do that voice.
Maybe he should rebrand from Chud Logic to Chud.
Here you go. Of course I can do that voice. This is my VTube. How do you like my VTube avatar? Very nice. It has the... Ooh.
Tattoo,
Tattoo, tattoo, tattoo. Doot, 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 doot. What's all right? What's all right, Estelle? What's all right?
Probably, and most likely because he thought...
Should I revive it when I move politics to the new channel? Should I, for the gaming channel, should I just VTube? That was when you let chat on screen. The chat is on screen. The side chat, okay? This chat on this page, okay, is on screen. There you go. If you want to be on screen, go to this page. A worm. Wow, okay. Not even a duck, a worm.
He could be the one to fix.
Elfin, I move to the UK tomorrow. How much do I have to do to convince you to have me as your caretaker? You can't. Why not? Why can't I? Because I don't want it. What is this? What is this conversation? Wait, what? Hold on. What is going on in the video now? How much do I, what do I have to do to be your caretaker? What? Hold on, what?
Dollars.
And he donated $10,000. I wish someone donated $10,000 to me, okay, for my new computer. Oh my God.
Payment $10,000.
Too late, Lucy already broke character, so nobody in the VTuber sphere can watch you. Wait, what character?
Probably and most likely because he thought he could
I never did a character. Hold on.
be the one to fix
I was just practicing voice.
her. But here's the deal. He wasn't the only one. The document that
Okay, it's buffering, so I have to lower the resolution.
Average Bird Enjoyer wrote was 51 pages long and it involved
I did not anticipate needing to put together this document. I had hopes that this was something that could be kept out of the public eye and handled privately. The true nature of the situation made that seem impossible, but until recently that was still an option on the table. However, unlikely it may have been, but circumstances have changed. Elfin Syop's public statement effectively amounted to slander, so this has shifted from being a preemptive warning instead to be released in a tandem with my exit to a response. You can take it as you will and you'll be done. What?
6 people total, including himself. But are we actually going to bother diving deep into this mess? Hell no. Honestly, it's so pathetic, it's not even worth doing that. I'll just sum it up for you.
Okay, please sum it up. Okay? It's a very intense intro.
Average Bird Enjoyer had spent over $50,000 on Elfin in
I wish somebody spent $50,000 on me.
the span of like less than a year.
If somebody spent $50,000 on me, then I feel like I would have been very comfortable for a long time, okay? I would get the best camera for the reporting. Where is my this person?
Listen, I have to specify this. He found her when she had less than 500 followers, probably 50 viewers. She was not a big
50 viewers? I don't have 50 viewers.
streamer by any means. But Average Bird Enjoyer went all out thinking that he'll genuinely be able to like be Elfin's partner, okay? That they're gonna date. He thought they were exclusive to begin with. He sent her $10,000 on that stream. He hired her an editor. He got her
He thought they were exclusive, huh? Exclusive what?
a manager. He was willing to pay for her new VTuber model. They met up IRL and he took her to multiple Michelin star restaurants. Dude blew a
Oh my god. So they did meet.
apartment's down payment on this girl failure. But he was the only guy who actually
Merrick, this is highly confidential and does not leave this chat, and I hope you take it well. Okay? She masturbated to said affirmations a few times. On cam or just audio?
she had to spend this much money. The other 5 guys spent almost nothing. And they got the same treatment that he got. What was that treatment, you might ask? Well, other than meeting up with her IRL and doing stuff, yeah, she's not a virgin. I mean, who could have ever guessed that?
Okay.
It all would start with them messaging her, being in her Discord, right? Messaging her, and her reciprocating. She would then get in calls with them, okay? listen, she would then get in calls with them.
Okay.
And as they were talking, right, they could be talking about their day, a game they're playing, whatever. She would start to flick her fucking bean, bro. She would start gooning right then and there to their voice. No warning, no nothing, dude. And then after she'd be done, she'd send them explicit pictures. These guys would, of course, be shocked. What
I like your company. You're funny.
the hell is happening, dude? And then the next day when they'd ask her about it, she'd say, oh, I don't remember anything. I was severely drunk. Please delete all my pictures. However, she'd keep doing it over and over and over. And each of these guys thought that she was being exclusive just with them when she was doing this with 6 people at the same thing. And as I said, she'd meet up with them. She'd do
What the hell? That's insane. Give me 10K, please. Oh my god. Oh my gosh. Oh boy. Ay, ay, ay. Ugh.
things with them. God knows what. But overall, she wasn't this pure virgin girl failure she was making herself out to be. That's pretty much the 51 page.
I am the pure version girl failure. Okay?
In a nutshell. It also involved incredible DMs like this with elephants.
Birdie 2, Birdie, Iguil, if you just touch Menoye, my puffy, I'll make me fub, kan, talit faster, hingo, you know, I'm gins, what
saying, birdie to birdie igu, if you just touch my noe, my puffy, it'll make me fub, kun, teal it faster, winku, you know, I'm gins what good do. Average bird enjoyer would then say, translated, elfin telling me if I touched her pussy, she'd come real fast. What am I doing with my life? Anyway, when this document came out, Elfin was furious. She was watching her entire world crumble around her. She saw what happened with Gunpei and did not want the same to happen to her. She had
I mean, it would not be the same because Elfin Sayop had like 6 boyfriends, not just 1. Dr. Stone says either she really was a functioning alcoholic or an academy level actor.
been parasocial her entire career. Her entire Discord was obsessed with her. She can't have this leak. And yet it did. So she would tweet this out almost immediately saying, I see shit like this and know for a fact that these people barely do any research and just love saying shit. I had phone sex for a couple of days or weeks with some guys. Okay, wait.
Phone sex.
Hold the phone. Days or weeks? That's a huge range. Anyway, I told all of them day one I was not into dating, and they agreed with me. Most of them don't even care about the situation. They went out of their way to message me just to say how stupid this drama was. Only Bird and another person who repeatedly tried to threaten and dox me were emotional homosexuals.
What the what? Emotional homosexual. What does that mean? Emotional homosexuals. What? Emotional. What does that mean? I'm fascinated by this. What is an emotional homosexual? Oh my gosh.
Bird not only went around trying to poison my community, he actively shared information about me to other server members.
He gave you $10,000. Don't complain, okay?
In an attempt to make them join his side. He went to all my mods and all my close friends in the server. People saying, oh my god, there's no evidence of Bird being a bad guy. First of all, 51-page expose about someone you apparently cared about as a friend, his words. If you really wanted to help me to stop my pattern of behavior, you could discuss it with me like everything else. Just to cut her off here, something else that was mentioned in those.
Hold on. I wonder if this person is gonna read it. Dr. Jean says, all of Lucy's DMs with me are what she last ate and Charlie Kirk death footage. Listen, I made it a little bit of a... I made it like a little bit of a... what do you call it? tradition that when I see Dr. Jones online, I write Dr. Jones and then I say what I ate recently. You know?
those 51 pages was how when every single one.
By the way, I ate more Snickers. Snickers. Good Snickers.
These guys found out what she was doing and confronted her, she would lash out. She'd get very angry and she wouldn't want to listen to a single thing they had to say, especially when they had something to say about alcohol. Okay. Anyway, let's continue.
Wait, hold on. He didn't read it.
No.
I want to read it. Captcha, an ironically shovel and louch happened. I was drunk both times, like wasted, and I let them know every single time. The fact that they kept going and then apologize later, like, wow. So, you groom, but then you're like complaining about me. I'm done with you fucks. Holy fucking shit. I can't take it anymore, dude. It's crazy. You call them. Every to me, I try to get away. You come on to them and flirt with them. They try to get you to stop. Sorry, no, each time. I was talking about something else. Ask Lach to show his messages. He came on to me whilst having a girlfriend, to a drunk girl. I'm sorry, but he has zero justification. I even accepted his apology, and this is how he repays me. LOL.
Say, especially when they had something to say about alcohol. Okay. Anyway, let's continue. But no, I only talked to Bird that way for a month. I crave validation from men. I admit I wanted compliments and I wanted attention, but he acted as if he was my dad. His friend would try to wingman and tell me I should meet Bird and just be with him. He could make my life so much better, and I straight up told him I wasn't into Bird. I have screenshots and evidence. Also, when I first started streaming and Bird came along, I was 19 at the time, extremely new to VTubing and having this much attention. He taught me everything about VTubing and keeping me in a bubble. She would then talk about the point.
I want my Bird, okay? I want attention, okay? I want also attention. Who will give me my attention? Please. This is vodka. I am actually very drunk right now. Wink, wink.
Of women not taking accountability, saying, motherfucker, all I've done is say I'm not a victim. I keep fucking saying I was wrong too. Why are you just ignoring this? Oh my god, she cheated. On who? I was dating no one at the time. I never dated any of them, and I have screenshots of some of the guys saying they knew what it was. It was not dating. We had phones gooning on call. She would then make another tweet, quoting something that many people were saying, oh my god, these poor lonely men, while she replied, while they're 25 plus adults. If a 19-year-old has to be held accountable for whatever she's done, you can't possibly in good faith ignore the horrible shit these men do just cause lonely. I literally live alone and talk to a total of 0 people IRL. I'm fucking lonely. And look at this.
Aww. Adorable. What an adorable picture.
Very sad image she posted. Oh my
I have to post a sad image, and the big bonus for that sad image would be that I would draw it myself.
god, it's her crying. But guys, don't worry. As she said in her own words, she is not acting like a victim. But look, to be completely impartial here, these guys were really weird, especially Average Bird and Joy. Look, if you go and donate $10,000 in cash right now to a top streamer, they'll fucking block you because they know that you can't be donating this much money without ulterior motives. This document was made on purpose to destroy her career, isolate her, and further take advantage of her by manipulating her as she was all alone, okay?
I still want a $10,000 donation. Okay. Well, then.
The document will also reveal that she's always been known as being a certain person on
Can someone here donate $10,000 to me?
4chan, someone who has had a history of sending nudes and being explicit. They'd even go as far as saying that while she was talking to these 6 different guys, she had an IRL boyfriend. It was an attempt at totally annihilating her entire reputation. At the same time, though, she refused to take any accountability. She'd say that she was groomed. Brother, you revealed that she's always been known as being a certain person, average bird enjoyer. Look, if you go and donate $10,000 in cash right now to a top
We're gonna talk about Trump today. We're gonna talk about his Nobel Prize, his Super Nobel Prize.
streamer, they'll fucking block you because they know that you can't be donating this much money without ulterior motives. This document was made on purpose to destroy her career, isolate her, and further take advantage of her by manipulating her as she was all alone, okay? The document will also reveal that she's always been known as being a certain person on 4chan, someone who has had a history of sending nudes and being explicit. They'd even go as far as saying that while she was talking to these 6 different guys, she had an IRL boyfriend. It was an attempt at totally annihilating her entire reputation. At the same time, though, she refused to take any accountability. She'd say that she was groomed. Brother, you were 19, and you had continued by that point posting gooning audios on your general chat in Discord. What do you think this is? The objective conclusion to this entire drama
This is this person's new VTube thing?
was that everyone in this sucked ass. But no, Elfin wanted to be seen as the victim. And even though normally she should have had her career destroyed by this point, she should have been completely abandoned by her community, the opposite.
I want money too, you know. Well, then join me. We can be a duo, okay? If I get $10,000 of a donation, I will share 5,000 with you, Estelle, okay? We should be a duo of VTubers, okay? If we both got $10,000 in a donation, I will not be stingy. I will share half of it with you with pleasure. Okay? I will gracefully share.
Ended up happening. She again had defied all odds, and let me show you exactly why. Rima Evenstar is a VTuber who makes some very detailed video essays about the VTuber
I'm lazy.
community. A couple months
Listen, we can do a VTuber reading of Judith Butler, okay? You could have a VTube avatar, I could have a VTube avatar, and we could do a little ooh Judith Butler reading on stream. How's that sound? Dr. Jones, you also want to be a VTuber with me? And get money?
after this document had dropped, she would release the video titled
She played her fanbase like a dating sim.
She Played Her Fanbase Like a Dating Sim, the Elfin PsyOp Situation, garnering over 100,000 views. In this video, she would constantly be referring to Elfin as a menhera, a term for a character who is emotionally unstable and in poor mental health. They are very emotionally fragile and experience extreme mental ups and downs and mood swings, which can make them a bit difficult to be around.
I am a Manhera, unironically.
They may have an unhealthy dependence on love or their partner, be a troublesome person who displays unexpected aggression and tries to dominate others, be easily hurt by the smallest of words, or have suicidal thoughts and think the world would be better off without them.
Oh my god. What? Oh my gosh, that's actually me. Uh-oh. I am very easily hurt.
Hey man, I don't know about you, but this perfectly describes Elfin PsyOp so far, right? But Elfin
Uh-oh.
was outraged. She despised that video and hated Rima to the point where she added her on Twitter and said, Rima Evenstar, I don't know why you like to spread genuinely dog shit and simply false rhetoric so easily. Maybe it's because you're a drama VTuber by name, but it's just bullshit to spread false things without confirmation. Firstly, when you made the drama video on me, you got a lot of facts wrong and didn't contact me to confirm details either. Nice journalism. Now you're spreading shit about me.
Journalists, yeah, journalists. Yeah, drama VTubers are such journalists.
Suicide baiting? To you? I'm sorry, what? I think you making a drama video on me during a time I was constantly drunk and not in a stable mental state would obviously fuck me up. Like you call me Menhera all the time and don't expect me to somehow crash out? I was still relatively civil and only DM'd you about my issues with your video hoping to at least get facts straight. Believing in random people messaging you rather than the person at the center of the situation is crazy. You do not hate journalists enough. In fact, this got so bad that when Rima posted the tweet announcing the video, it would get totally brigaded by Elfin's community. 102 replies, and all of them filled with insults, slurs, and an attempt to straight up character assassinate Rima, saying, wow, I used to watch your content, but not anymore. Wow, you're a terrible journalist. Wow, you suck at what you do, etc., etc.
Journalist.
Simply because Elfin had replied to this post and ratioed Rima, doubling her likes, simply saying that she is not a femcel. But this still doesn't explain how she was able to survive a Google Doc like this. This doesn't explain why she didn't end up like Gunpie. What happened exactly? Well, here's what her diehard fans had to say in response to her reply on Rima's post. And it perfectly encapsulates...
Dr. Jones says, at least this is more entertaining than the turkey tones thing that just dropped. What dropped? Sorry?
Why she still had a very strong community that kept growing. Look at this idiot. Hey, I just like to say that I'm naive and emotionally vulnerable and would be easily groomed. DM me sometime. What about this dumbass?
What? Oh. What? Oh, God.
I'd be honored to be one of your toys. Crazy they're spinning it as a forced or bad thing, lol. So these men were so irrevocably castrated that they realized, hey, I don't like this woman because she's a virgin. No. I like her because she's a girl failure and because she might give me a chance. If she did it with 6 different guys at the same time, what's stopping me from DMing her and finding her in a call gooning with me? If anything, Average Bird Enjoyer's Google document backfired tremendously.
Oh, no.
It made Elfin Psyop seem way more reachable to the average viewer
Oh,
than
no.
they thought. So their whole fantasy, or should I say delusion, of trying to fix her, wifing her up, impregnating her, and prolonging the white race wasn't so far off. By this point, Elfin kept gaining followers, kept getting viral tweets, her community kept growing, she was making more money, and her viewership was doing better than ever. She had
Oh, my God. Is this where it turns out that she's Pakistani and it all crashes?
over 100,000 followers, something very impressive, especially for a VTuber. And by this point, we could easily say that she was becoming very dangerous because in VTubing, there are so many desperate people trying to make a name for themselves that they'll see what works and try to copy it. And since things were going so well with Elfin, since she was totally invincible to any criticism or controversy, someone would end up noticing how well she was doing and try to copy her, even though they had way more followers and way more influence. Her and Elfin would end up becoming friends and then eventually enemies.
Who?
Ririgaki is a French rat VTuber who
What?
to stream exclusively in French. Around 2024, she was start
Bonjour, mes amis, vous avez la holiga bazapon, vous avez la malabon, bajaga malabon, bilafon, halafon, pelasha la malabon. Convenient Estelle can confirm all that I've said.
streaming more in English, and at some point, one clip from her stream would go mega viral. It went so viral that there's actually a good chance you saw this already. Watch.
I've never seen it. I've never seen it.
Says their name. So here is broccoli with fucking dumb. Look. No brain cell. No brain, nothing. After we have here Fruby, who is one of my cutest rats too. Look, she's a Rex girl.
She's a Rexabus radiavu. Ha ha ha. And she's
Got a curly hair. Very cute. It's Bean. Bean is my only boy.
Is this my mouth?
Yes.
Alright, so you get the point. French girl talking about her rats, very cute, very adorable. Yeah, well, it would go mega viral. 384,000 likes on Instagram, and guys, when it came to Twitter, 12.7 million views, 134,000 likes. It was practically on everyone's feed, and everyone was talking about it. If you told someone, hey, did you see the French rat girl? They'd say, yes, I saw it on my feed. It went
No, I did not. I've never seen this before, this video.
mega viral. I'm not understating this. She would then reply to this saying, hi, I'm Riri, a rat girl VTuber from France. You can follow me on Twitch or join my Discord if you want, link in bio, but be warned, I'm the most hated VTuber of all France. And guys, she was not kidding. When the French community saw her going viral, they were livid. They saw how viral she was going with the English-speaking community, and they did their best to show them who she truly was. This person, for example, would say, maybe because you're a lolicon and you think Hitler is cool and you're overly annoying, you force your voice to sound like a kid, your response to saying the N-word is I hate everyone equally, look at yourself stuttering in your own ass tweet. Okay, so
Oh my god. I mean, I stutter in text messages. I do it.
very brief lore dump on this bitch because there's no information in English on her. She used to be known as Riri Meow, and her whole content revolved around porn. Still does, but it was worse then. She was retweeting lolliporn and had a Discord server with tons of minors, etc, etc. They'd also link some edgy tweets she made in the past, like top 5 reasons racism is bad, and then the next picture is thanks for watching, so implying that racism isn't bad. Here's the deal though. Riri's defense on Twitter would be, guys, French people doxed me. They sent police at my house. Yes, they swatted me. And they harassed me at IRL conventions. All for this, for my edgy jokes, for being a lolly. All of a sudden, French people looked evil. And it doesn't take much to convince someone that French people are evil. Okay? The French would argue, well, look, there's these videos on YouTube that expose her. Go watch those things instead. Okay, cool. Here's a video titled, The Worst French Streamer, Riri Gaki, with over 448,000 views. Oh hey, here's another one, saying the worst French streamer, Riri Meow, with over 245,000 views. I watched both of them in full, in the native language of French, and I can tell you right now, this is what they said in a nutshell. Number 1, she's edgy and she made Nazi jokes, okay? And number 2, she's a lolly. In fact, most of these 2 videos were criticizing her for being a lolly, that she was playing this childlike character, how she was speaking with a childlike voice, and how she was overall just cringe. But here's the deal. For the English-speaking community, this only proved one thing. French people, when it came to VTubing, were completely and utterly out of their depth. VTubing originated from Japan, and this whole lolicon culture originated from there too. For people who actually watched VTubers, it was totally
normal.
It doesn't matter if you think lolicons are weird, right? I mean, I think it's a very reasonable take to think that. But when your thumbnail is Riri Gaki with the word pedophile on top of it, you start losing a lot of people from your side. As time passed by, French people were seen as more and more unreasonable. This is not worth swatting over. This is not worth doxing over. You'd see pictures like this of a French person saying lolicon equals pedophile, with Riri Gaki quote tweeting saying, don't cry, I'm just a drawing. The typical drama you'd find in English-speaking communities too, and typically VTuber watchers would always defend someone like Riri, so they were totally out of their depth.
Okay, what does this have to do with this Elfin Psyop person?
They'd keep trying to prove that she was problematic, showing her using GIFs saying, settle down, N-word hard R, and also showcasing how she had a role on her Discord called Rotten Waffen, a play on words on the Waffen SS, otherwise known as the Waffen Schutzstaffel, a division in the German army during World War II. Their efforts, again, proved ineffective, and the final straw would be when they would show this image of Riri when she was streaming with Facecam, apparently doing the, German salute from World War II. Well, you even had Asmongold reacting to it, and he concluded, as well as others, that she was simply adjusting her webcam. Guys, you're trying way too hard to make her look bad. Come on. This was seen as so crazy in the English-speaking community that even Elfin went out of her way to defend her.
Oh yeah, I'm so gonna trust Asmongold on this. Dr. Jean says, whether the absolute hell is it with YouTubers and lolly? Okay, I never did lolly as a VTuber, okay? Okay, listen, I never did this as a VTuber. I hate people that see me as a GFE, potential girlfriend, just because I exist. Lol, this helps me filter my community from non-based people. Elfin Psyop. I am NGL. Since the start, I never saw you that way. I'm sure most didn't. Just supported you for the Nazi drama you had.
She was being cancelled by French people. By this point, Riri Gaki was followed directly by Asmongold on Twitter, and she had the entire English-speaking community backing her up. She was treated horribly by the French community, but now she got given a second chance straight from the heavens. However, here's the problem. I don't know if it was the language barrier, just the fact that she's probably mentally ill, but Riri Gaki completely misunderstood what the second chance meant. She thought that she now could finally get away with anything. She could say anything, do anything, and she'd have a community here to back her up always. When in reality, this wasn't the case at all. What actually happened was that she got a second chance, got a new community, and they were hoping that French people were exaggerating. They were hoping that she was going to genuinely redeem herself. And as you might have guessed, this could not have been further from the truth. Shortly after getting this incredible second chance, she would increase the racist and edgy rhetoric by 1,000%. While adding that to a cancerous cocktail of politics. Some guy would say, French quote-unquote people, the fuck is wrong with your country, Jesus? To which Riri Gaki would say, immigrant and African.
Oh my god. I mean, Asmongold would agree with this, so... Asmongold would endorse this.
Here's another tweet with a lot of views and a lot of likes. Saw a Jew for the first time in my life yesterday. I always thought they were all extinct.
I exist.
Here's her comparing Nazis to trans people. I mean, with the only difference being the fact that one has impressive taste in clothing and the other one being promoted by the US government. She'd have a tweet saying, can I be called a white rat supremacist? I love white rat. And when Kanye West would say, I'm a you know what, she would quote tweet this with an image of an anime girl raising her hand. So as I said, she completely misunderstood the very simple thing she had to do. Just keep talking about your rats, woman. Just keep being cute. But no, she had over 130,000 followers.
Dr. Jones says, I'm tired, Lucy. Then eat a burger from the McDonald's, like I recommended in DMs, okay?
This point, and she was taking a page right
or Popeyes. No, never mind. You said Popeyes. We agreed that you should go to Popeyes.
Of Elfin Psyop's playbook. Probably the worst thing you can do. But hey, it seemed like they were getting along very nicely. Riri Gaki would say, can you teach me how to be cute, please? And Elfin would reply with, but you're already so kawaii desu. It seemed like the 100,000 castrated men who followed Elfin just had another girl failure join the mix. And they were getting along. Not only did they increase their odds of maybe fixing another woman and marrying her too, but now maybe they could look forward to them collabing together, right? Oh my God, isn't that awesome?
Well, awesome. Awesome.
Well, I'm sure it would have been. But then some people decided to dig into Riri Gaki's past when she used to be Riri Meow and produced adult content. Now look, let's get one thing straight. Riri never produced any explicit content. It was mostly centered around thighs and feet. And while yes, this was enough for people to call her a whore and all sorts of things, this is simply who she used to be. And for the most part, I mean, people loved it. Oh my God, a girl failure and making stuff like this? It's like Elfin posting her tummy. What else do you want? But as these castrated guys were looking through her different images, they noticed something interesting, particularly in one image set of images. You see, she'd have a photo set where she wore non-matching thigh highs. Everything looked normal. On this picture, on the other picture, until you got to the third picture, in which we can very clearly see a black guy's hand grabbing her left thigh. Now look, normally this wouldn't be an issue. I would hope that it's never an issue.
Right? What? Okay.
That Riri Gaki would tweet out every other day how France and Paris is getting ruined by immigrants and more specifically Africans. Her new, let's say, community wasn't too happy about this. In fact, they were furious. It seemed like no matter how much Riri Gaki disliked African immigrants, she still couldn't resist the BBC. I mean, this is just so funny to me. It was treated like this leak, this thing that no one could have ever predicted, when in reality, on her own wiki page, you can see that in 2023, she made some guy called Euro, who happened to be a VTuber, her boyfriend. And when you checked out his model, his model was black. But no, it was a betrayal. How dare she? And she suffered the wrath of her own community. She had pretty much stabbed herself with a knife she forged herself. It was official. She was a grifter. someone who didn't believe in anything she was saying and was only doing it purely for her own benefit. Someone would say, if you can't see the grift in tweeting racist shit, then race mixing all while hating immigrants, then I don't know what to tell you. To which she would say, bro thinks all French people are all white like snow, lol, we have an island. Actually, the French have multiple islands, like
Oh my gosh.
Corsica, Guadeloupe, République, but this didn't matter at all in the grand scheme of things.
Wow.
As she was getting attacked pretty much daily at this point, with her own community turning against her, she would try to quell the flames by becoming even more edgy somehow and saying, next cosplay I'm doing, Lolly Hitler. This would prove to be nothing more than a pathetic attempt at recovering the community that was turning on her, because very shortly
I love learning about the VTuber community, don't you? I love learning about my community.
afterwards, she would get suspended from Twitter by mass reporters who just so happened to be people who were pissed
I don't know where Mujin is from.
that she was dating a black guy. And the cherry on top would be her also getting suspended from Twitch. In her own Discord, she'd say, "Hi, I got banned from Twitter and Twitch again because of a big campaign of harassment and cancel culture. I did a tweet on my alt account if you want to RT, I don't know what. I'm tired. I really hope to die." Here we go with the baiting again. "I don't know. I don't want to let my haters win, but I'm really too tired. 4 years of all this is too much. You can follow my new account if you want," linking her Clips account and saying, "I don't know if I'll be back one day. I'm really tired." She would then post a statement on that account saying, "If you didn't see it, my main account was mass reported from Twitter haters because some of them believe that I'm a Nazi and the others are mad that I'm not racist. I love it. Seeing people this mad and obsessed by a little rat girl proves to me that I'm really the only person here. You are part of the problem if you think that everybody I don't like is Hitler. Being racist is good, or VTuber shouldn't have a boyfriend. I'm going to take a little break from Twitter while waiting for my appeal to be accepted. Thank you all for the support. I love you a lot. I have an incredible community and lots of kind people who support me.
Oh
I'm
my
never going to
gosh.
kneel down in front of horrible humans, and I'm never going to let them cancel me. Cancel culture is dead and exists only for insecure people. I'm still going to stream on Twitch and YouTube and be active on Instagram and Discord. Your support means the world to me. Keep making extremist people
Maybe I should go back to VTubing, okay? I should go back to being part of this beautiful community. What do you think? What do you all think?
off and laugh at them. We are stronger than hate, and remember, vive la résistance, rats live matter and are stronger than evil humans, signed Riri. So look, in the end, this was a desperate attempt at trying to recoup a community that hated her guts at this point. After getting that incredible second chance with a mega viral clip, she spent all that time nurturing a racist community, people who disliked immigrants and minorities, and it turned out she had a black boyfriend. Her initial haters felt vindicated and her own community now turned on her. You couldn't really feel sorry for her, right? But throughout all this, her friend, Elfin, who was also another girl failure like her, and who had initially defended her when the French people were attacking her, what did she have to say by now? Would she show up for her, defend her, help her like a real friend would? Nope. She would
Lucy, have you tried pandering to the chasers?
also turn on her, because the girl failures would have a falling out that
No.
would make its way to the public battlefield. So as I said before, Elfin was someone who had defended Riri initially when she was getting the backlash after going mega viral. They would have some positive interactions here and there, but shortly after Average Bird Enjoyer's document would drop on Elfin, Riri Gaki would say, "Is this Gunpei 2.0? Someone would reply saying, "Please, rat girl, you're my last hope for a based petite girl failure indie VTuber. Don't e-date fans unless it's me, LMAO. God, I can puke in my fucking mouth." To which she would say, "I'm not gonna e-date a fan. I have a boyfriend and I'm just a pet rat for you."
What?
So this was essentially Riri Gaki trying to capitalize on the fact that Elfin was potentially going to lose her career because of this document. She was taking the moral high ground, trying to steal any viewers she can from Elfin because she was trying to become her. This is when Elfin would start to subtweet her, not calling her directly just yet, saying, "The amount of e-holes rebranding to be girl failures, please bro, you do porn. You sell literal porn of yourself. Just go be some slutty cat girl or something." This is of course referring to Riri Gaki. How in the past she had a fansly and how now she rebranded as being a girl failure. When it came to her parasocial Discord though, she was way more straightforward. Someone would say Riri is nice though, to which she would reply, "I can't say this in good conscience when she blatantly called me Gunpei when my controversy happened. I can't forget that shit. Lol." How
Lol.
dare she call me Gunpei when I'm way worse than her? Like, how dare she when I'm literally worse than her in every way? The main confrontation between
When will my controversy happen? When will it be my time to shine? What do you think? What will be my controversy?
These two girl failures would occur when Elfin would post this tweet, with her character saying, "Hey guys," someone saying "femcel," to which her character would say, "Not what I'm called." Shortly afterwards, Ririgaki would also use that same exact meme format, saying, "Hey guys," with someone saying, "Not," to which Riri would say, "Not what I'm called." Elfin at this point would be furious. How dare she copy me? So she would quote tweet this and say, "You guys are all over her. How can she be a Nazi when she has a black boyfriend? Y'all need to do
Research. Oh boy.
research." This was Elfin declaring war. She saw that her community was turning on her because she had a black boyfriend, so she was also looking to capitalize. However, Elfin was about to fight a war on two fronts. She was going
Oh, and as you know from 2 world wars, that never goes well. Okay? People should learn fighting wars on 2 fronts ends in failure. Germany has taught us that.
up against Ririgaki, while at the same time having a demon from
I
the
would
past
think that Nazis would be familiar with that fact.
catch up to her. 4chan. You see, she was an active 4chan user ever since she was a young kid. Yes, I know, what a terrible fate. And 4chan would catch on to her. They'd understand exactly who she used to be and would start revealing some details about her real identity. The fact that she is a Pakistani who's studying in the UK. Now look, this was a very big deal, okay? Elfin Psyop's entire personality was centered around appealing to the cringe
I say Niet a lot and people ask me if I'm Slavic on stream. I'm not, I'm just a huge Russia boo. Niedobre, niedobrze, niedobrze. Nie podoba mi się to. Nie podoba mi się to.
white supremacist who never leaves his home. She would also heavily imply, as you saw in her belly pics that she shared online, she seemed white, and that's exactly what she was selling to her audience, the fact that she's white and even Slavic. At some point she would say, "I say niet a lot," which means no, and people ask me if I'm Slavic on stream. I'm not, I'm just a huge Russia boo. So she posted pictures of her belly and she seemed white. She also was really into Russian culture, I guess, and Russian language. So people assumed she was...
That already is a red flag to me, being into Russian culture. You cannot be a good person if you're a Russia boo, okay? Especially between 2022 and now.
maybe Eastern European. In fact, her accent sounded pretty American. Some people would think she's American and she would never really correct them. So seeing that she despised immigrants and any minorities for that matter...
Why doesn't this person post any clips of her speaking, by the way? I don't know how she sounds. You never...
Her being Pakistani would be a death sentence. But this rumor wasn't new. It was being shared on 4chan as early as mid-2024. It would start to really catch up to her and irritate her in 2025 though, specifically during the summer. This is when, for the first time, she would start being confronted live on stream by chatters who were asking her, "Are you really Pakistani?" And she would get very triggered at that.
Okay.
Watch.
Oh yeah, finally we're gonna hear this person's voice.
Pretending to be white. I don't think I need to pretend. I think I am.
Here's another clip.
Takis aren't white. You are so retarded, dude. That's actually insane. Do you realize how ethnicities work? Do you realize how ethnicities work? Or maybe you don't. Genuine question. Aren't you a Paki living in the UK? Who are you to complain? Did you get that from 4chan?
So here we are. She was starting to realize where these people were getting their information from. Wait, did you get this from 4chan? The website that she kept flexing, that she had used ever since she was 13?
Wow, God, why would you? Sad. Sad. Hello, Philip August.
Interesting. By early 2025, many pictures of Elfin's face would somehow find themselves on the internet.
Oh. I've been face dogs and harassed so much now, so here, this is me. Yup. Now what? LM5. I don't even matter, man, no more.
So she tweet out in May 2025, I've been face doxed and harassed so much now, so here, this is me. Yup, now what? LMFAO, it don't even matter, man, no more. Now this image is actually very important. It would of course get deleted later. She would draw some clown makeup on her face in Microsoft Paint, right? I can tell you right now, this clown nose is doing a lot of heavy lifting because it would have very easily exposed her ethnicity. Additionally, it doesn't take a genius to understand that this image is blown the fuck out. Look at that hand. It is blinding. Almost as if she completely upped the levels in Photoshop in an effort to appear white. Something would really crack in Elfin starting summer 2025, okay? This is when she would up the edginess to yet a new level. And so whenever someone criticized her or called her a Pakistani or said that they had proof, she would just call them a Jew, and it would work because her community hated Jews. This would work almost every single time. They'd eat it up. They would love it, and she would get away with it. However, as her rivalry with Ririgaki would start really heating up, Ririgaki would say this: I love how she was trying to cancel me saying I was dating an immigrant, black/Indian/Arabic boy, while pretending to be white, lol. To which Elfin would say, why are you so obsessed with me, man? Now I was getting serious. Look, Ririgaki, as much as she was hated for dating a black guy, she still held influence in the whole...
Influence. Oh my gosh.
...failure aesthetic club. She shared many followers in common with Elfin, this 100,000 bundle of castrated men, and so her saying what many have been saying already was a genuine threat. This drama started really heating up around November 2025, to which Ririgaki would say, please stop thinking of me as a girl failure, guys, it's exhausting. I did learn to take care of me. I go outside a lot now. I have a lot of passion and love for nature and cool subjects like aircraft or insects. I really like myself and take care of me. I did reduce my alcohol drinking to 0. I'm fucking proud to be alive and my depression is going away. Please understand that and stop seeing me as a 4chan weirdo or a girl who is mentally ill and drama post / talk about political toxic subject, obsessed with skin color or not jokes. It makes me really sad. I'm getting better and becoming a cool person now that my life is comfy. Yes, I like edgy humor and I don't care about humans or minorities, but I'm a responsible adult, not a failure or anything else.
Yes, I don't care about humans or minorities, but I'm a responsible adult. What a thing to say! Oh my god.
Someone would reply with, that's literally the audience you wanted and even commissioned yourself as a Nazi or girl failure, a loser. Did the elfin grift not work? To which Riri would say, yeah, Nazi uniform are really pretty. It's like talking to a wall. This tweet was definitely very interesting and a bit out of touch. I mean, what have you been doing the past year? She's practically begging everyone to stop thinking of her as a girl failure when she only had herself to blame. She was the one who was intentionally acting that way. Elfin would quote tweet that tweet and say, I'm so fucking confused about this woman, I swear. Wasn't OnlyFans catgirl VTuber. Starts following me, completely changes design to look like mine. Suddenly became an alcoholic, quote unquote. Starts copying my tweets 1-to-1. This is not an exaggeration, by the way, okay? The tweets would be very, very similar. Before discovering Elfin, Riri literally had no idea what gooning meant. And there she was all of a sudden every couple of days tweeting, yeah, I need to goon. I need to go goon. I goon too much. This was literally Elfin's entire personality, and there she was emulating it perfectly. Elfin would continue, I DM her about it, say I'm uncomfortable about it. She says, oh my god, sorry, you're my biggest inspiration. We make amends and move on. I support her when
what an inspiration, huh?
She gets into a big drama. When I get into drama, calls me Gunpei 2.0 instead of DMing me and asking me what's up. So-called friend, am I right? I get pissed at this and stop talking to her. Copies
my biggest inspiration.
Further, almost all my jokes, all my edgy humor, oh my god guys, I'm so gross and gooner and girl failure and edgy, and post not shit constantly. Where did all this suddenly come from, bro? A few months pass, now she says, oh my god, I'm healthy, I don't drink anymore, and I go outside, I'm not a Nazi, guys. Basically, we should forget the past few months happened entirely? Literally attacks me out of nowhere, saying I accused her for having a black boyfriend. I don't care about your boyfriend's race, man. I don't care about you, dude. Can you leave me alone and maybe try to be more creative? You don't get pity points because people attack you online. You literally did it to yourself.
My community, my VTube community, I should rejoin it.
Edgy, and I know people will dislike me for it. I've been like this since day one. You started being like this after following me. Please learn to be yourself and stop attacking people for no reason. Thanks. So look, Elfin was definitely making some good points here. Yes, it is true. Riri definitely started acting like her after following her. That's a fact. It seemed like Ririgaki's intent from the get-go was stealing as many viewers as she could from her, and when she saw that Elfin was potentially going to lose her career, she didn't try to defend her. She tried to make her move and call her Gunpei 2.0. However, it's not like Elfin wasn't doing the exact same thing. Look at this sentence near the end. I'm edgy and I know people will dislike me for it. I've been like this since day one. Again, this whole idea that, guys, I'm real. I'm authentic. In fact, Elfin would go as far as saying on her stream that Riri Gaki was a very rare example of a true grifter. In her opinion, the word is overused. Not everyone's a grifter, but Riri was. This was her implying, of course, that she was a real girl failure. She was actually proudly alcoholic. Everything about her was totally authentic. And hey, to be fair, it worked. After Elfin would make her post about Riri, someone would confront Riri asking her, yo, what's up? Like, what happened with Elfin? Here's what she'd say in her Discord. She tried a lot in the past to get me canceled on Twitter and can't stop talking about how I stole her identity because I have a similar humor, / black hair, / loves alcohol, / depressed. Dude, imagine making that your entire...
The Jones, why are you gonna backstab and or destroy? Who are you gonna backstab and destroy career first then? Write in the chat who you want me to backstab, actually. Write proposals, write names, and I will tell you if I will consider doing it, okay?
Our personality and being mad that someone stole it. Dude, who are these people? Anyway, she would continue, cannot stand her. I did try to be her friend, but cannot stand girls sending nudes to 6 persons at the same time while trying to proclaim that she doesn't have a boyfriend, is white, and is not a whore all the time because she doesn't want to lose her community. She's not honest, and she's just another gimmick like she said. Now, to be fair, even Riri had made good points here, right? But it's like, both of these people are so unlikable, you don't really care about taking sides, do you? However,
No.
even with all that being said, the next day, Riri would make yet another post on her Twitter, her alt account, of course, because her main one got permanently suspended. Her appeal failed. She'd say, I would like to apologize for all the people following me because I was looking and acting like a based, edgy girl failure. I know the drastic change of me getting mentally better and stopping to act like a loser can be deceiving for a lot of you, and I understand if you stop following me, but I cannot keep going like that. Sorry for looking fake. I never lied about my depression or my daily difficulty like my alcohol consummation. I don't think she even bothered translating this, bro. Consommation, that's literally a French word, but yeah, her alcohol consumption. Secondly, I would like to apologize to @Elfin Psyop. I have her blocked because I don't want toxicity in my feed and don't appreciate her as a person, but I feel like it's still important to talk about that. I found Elfin's content when I was at my lowest after all the harassment from the French community, and instead of being a better person or learning to love myself, I ended up stealing and copying some of her gimmick, like she called it. This is not correct and not what a content creator should do.
Wow.
I did tweet like her and used to do the same content on Twitter as her to be accepted and seen by people having a cool humor, things that do not exist in France, but I'm not proud of that, and I would like to have learned sooner that I should just be myself instead of wanting some attention on the internet while copying somebody's gimmick. I'm sorry, Elfin, for all of that, and for not talking gently about you publicly after having your help. I hope one day you have the chance to get better and go away from all the toxicity that Twitter and other social media are spreading. I
That's
understand
so...
that you see me as a LARPer or a grifter, but like,
That is so wholesome. What, nobody's gonna give me targets in the chat to backstab?
my political beliefs were never fake. I live in a dangerous country because of immigration and multiple other things. I just ended up basing my content only on that and edgy jokes to pander to these types of people when I'm in fact just a normal autistic woman who just want to share her hobbies. I'm not gonna lie, but I see myself as a LARPer. I also want to talk to you about the black boyfriend controversy. I know a lot of my past fans were following me because of all this LARPing. I understand your sadness when you learn about the VTuber that you considered as based having what you thought was a black immigrant boyfriend. I don't like saying that, but dating an immigrant or a black male is not something I would be able to do. I did date for 2 years in the past a brown/tan French male. This always was public since I was always streaming with him. Guys, don't worry, he wasn't black, he was just brown. Like, dude, after all this LARPing, I think this is normal and my own fault that I ended up in a situation where I get harassed by my old fan base. Sadly, you were just following me for the based girl failure thing and not even to look after my content or stream since you did not know about my ex-boyfriend. This makes me really sad that all this love was fake, but this is again my own fault for acting like that. I'm deeply thankful to all the rat bros believing in me and understanding my word. You are the reason why today I can be this better person. Thanks to all the people who still love me and not just my toxic past. I love you. First off, I just want to point out how she was talking about this like it happened in the past. bro, this literally happened like 2 months ago. You know, like there was barely any time between the old account and the new account. But hey, you know what? A surprising amount of self-awareness in this post. She pretty much admitted she was a LARPer. That's because she was. She was a LARPer and she was a grifter. Pretty much the same thing. But of course, this post wouldn't even get half the engagement she used to get when she would say,
Wait, what? My goodness. Dr. Jones asked me who I'm gonna backstab, but does not even give me like suggestions.
BRB going to my room to goon. But hey, it seems like some people stuck around for the rats and whatever. Most people who followed her for being a girl failure.
I'm also going to goon. I'm going to goon after stream. Okay. I will goon.
Already
Goon,
left
goon,
anyway when they
goon.
found out she had a black boyfriend. Elfin would yet again make another post after this one, this time saying, I don't own the girl failure aesthetic, okay? It didn't matter to me as much when Riri was outright copying my tweets, word for word, just twisted to look more French. That made me feel weird. Any joke I made or content I
Me feels so that I don't have to listen to this shit anymore. You're not a content creator, okay? So no, I cannot backstab you, Dr. Jones. It won't give me attention and money and stuff.
it was being
You
copied.
have to, you have to type in a name of a content creator for me to backstab or something.
I felt like I couldn't do anything original anymore, and I care about novelty more than anything. Yes, we know that, Elfin. You're not like the other girls, right? To be fair, a lot of people here thinking we used to be friends aren't exactly wrong. I genuinely thought we made up and were good friends until I found out how she talks about me behind my back. I genuinely tried,
Yes, I am. I've done like 3 streams. That's not enough.
man. Anyone that knows me knows that I'm
You cannot nominate yourself. You have to nominate someone else. If someone nominates for me to backstab you, then I will consider it. But you cannot nominate yourself.
super mean usually, and she was kind back and said I was her biggest inspiration. I've dealt with mean girls all of my high school, man. I've had many bullies and fake friends. To me, this greatly resembled the fake friend trope. So I don't like this defamation of Elfin is so toxic. I only copied her because I'm autistic and just want to make content. I'm sorry if you go through stuff, but you're an adult actively making choices every day. You had the choice to just be friendly with me. She would then congratulate Riri on being less depressed and getting rid of alcohol and end this by saying, but please, if you truly were someone who understood what it's like to be someone who had a problem with those things, stop shitting on me for being a girl failure alcoholic now that you're better. Trust me, I don't choose to feel depressed all the time. So again, I'm a victim, guys. I've been bullied all my life. I'm a girl failure. I'm a real girl failure, okay?
Yeah.
Stop pretending that you are real. Trust me, I don't choose to feel depressed all the time, okay? I'm authentic.
True. Also send me $10,000.
Favorite part is when she says, I'm sorry if you go through stuff, but you're an adult actively making choices every day. Because that's literally what people were telling Elfin when she got exposed as having been gooning to 6 guys at the same time. Look, overall, this was nothing more than 2 very disliked monkeys fighting. But if we step back and looked at the bigger picture, this situation would go from a clown show to something very alarming. As you saw, Elfin was practically invincible. Riri took heavy inspiration from her, seeing how much success she was finding as being a girl
Oh
failure.
my gosh. I still can get over the person that sent her $10,000 in a single donation.
And even though she had more followers and had way more virality, she still proceeded to copy her directly. Elfin was starting to become not just a danger to herself,
I would faint if somebody sent me $10,000 in a single donation.
to her fans, but to everyone in the VTubing community as a whole. Being a girl failure should never be something that's encouraged. It's not a good thing. It's not meant to be a good thing. And yet her success was encouraging others to follow her lead. I mean, why wouldn't they? If saying racist slurs wasn't going to get her canceled, if having a secret boyfriend wasn't going to get her canceled, if having 6 different guys you're gooning to at the same time wasn't going to get her canceled, then the $1 million question was, what will? Well,
Okay, here we go. Here we go. What is going to get this VTuber from my lovely community canceled?
what would end up canceling Elfin Sayab, the
Absurd comrade.
person who had pretty much nurtured 100,000 castrated men who identified as white supremacists, would be the day that she was finally exposed as a Pakistani. So, as I had already mentioned, Elfin's tweets would start to take a turn during the summer of 2025. Her
Uh-oh.
edginess wouldn't just be for the sake of being edgy anymore. She would take on a sort of political rhetoric that you would maybe find during a Nick Fuentes stream. Look at
Oh,
the street,
no.
for example. Don't understand how you can live in this modern world and see all the bad shit happening and not immediately connect the dots and see that it's Jewish influence. So
Uh-oh.
now the Jews were responsible
Can Estelle nominate me? Yes, but you have to nominate someone.
for everything. How about this tweet made a little
You nominate someone, Dr. Jones.
while later, saying, I love astronomy so much and I love stargazing, but I can't because there's too many immigrants in the UK and it scares me to go outside alone. As far as anyone was concerned, she wasn't even British. She wasn't from the UK, right? But there she was taking a political stance for a country that she doesn't even belong to. This tweet in particular will become way funnier later. You'll get why. But it wasn't just political rhetoric that was taking hold of her edginess. It was her edginess itself that was taking a whole other level. For example, with her posting this image of her model saying, R word my model, then replying, sorry guys, I meant R word with an asterisk. The joke here is that she wasn't correcting herself, she actually meant it. She'd also make a conscious effort to play into the jokes and controversies that were made about her. Look at this tweet, for example. Groomer this, groomer that, come here, let me groom you. This was in reference to the Google Doc that was dropped about her, in which 6 men that were in their 20s said that she groomed them. At some point, she'd post a selfie that would get a lot of likes, of course, with her nose and mouth blurred because it would show her ethnicity, and had the caption, Elfin Brownop. This was her playing into the joke that some people were starting to call her Pakistani. So look, by now, it might be obvious what she's trying to do. She was being heavily criticized when it came to her actions by the wider VTuber community, and yet her own community also had criticisms relating.
Wow. Such a lovely community. I honestly should rejoin it, shouldn't I? I'm gonna start a poll. And I'm gonna... Should I rejoin my lovely VTuber community? Hell yeah! Oh my god. No, no, no. Better not. Boo. Start the enquete. Okay, I'm starting the poll. Be nice. Be nice and, you know, right?
To the fact that she might just be Pakistani. This was her attempting to play into the joke while also raising the bar for her edginess, hoping that it'll kind of insulate her from criticism. This desperate attempt of trying to move on from the fact that she might just be an immigrant and trying to move on from her controversies would result in some pretty embarrassing moments, like her public crash out during the summer of 2025, when she would begin by saying, not a big fan of Indians. Someone would reply with, do not do this, you don't have to right-wing grift. This is probably someone who found her character and liked the design or just liked the belly pic. This is when she'd completely and totally crash out. Grift, question mark? Someone would say, you're so brave and definitely not a pick-me who tries too hard to look based. To which she would say, uh-oh, the big pick-me word, I'm so scared, please don't use it. Funny, when I voice my unfiltered opinions, I'll get random retards saying, oh my god, pick me, oh my god, grifter. You realize when I say shit like that, I lose and filter more people rather than gain, right? I'd rather have people know what I think about it than just follow me for cute tummy pics, expecting a wholesome person, kek. Funny enough, my opinions have remained the same since I was 14 on major social issues. I think I'm pretty consistent with my mentality on things.
Oh my god. Imagine bragging about never maturing past 14. Okay, that's... Yeah.
So funny to me how she thought this was a flex. That same person,
Wow.
not no swagger, would call her out and say, so you have the same opinions as a 14-year-old? Wow. And then he'd get blocked. She couldn't handle it. She crashed out and she just couldn't handle it anymore. The crash outs and weird behavior wouldn't be constricted to just Twitter, though. It would also happen in her Discord. She started saying things that were definitely out of place. I mean, they were fairly random, right? For someone who was maybe Slavic or American, saying things like,
Slavic?
Northern Pakistan is entirely Aryan. No one seems to understand that.
Wait, hold on.
Pretty suspicious thing to say when you're not Pakistan
Hold on.
to under Americans. Definitely just Twitter, though. It would also happen. in
Slavic
Discord.
again?
She starts saying things that were definitely out of place. I mean, they were fairly random, right? For someone who was maybe Slavic or American, saying things like, Northern Pakistan is entirely Aryan. No one seems to understand that. Pretty suspicious thing to say when you're not Pakistani. All of a sudden, this was very different from the rhetoric she was taking about immigrants and Pakistanis in general when it came to the UK. She used to tweet things like, if leftists think some girl on the internet is a pedophile for posting petite girls that look like her on the internet, then why do they promote immigration that bring in Muslim pedophile and racists? Curious. This is really funny when you consider the fact that some of the biggest Muslim immigrants to the UK are Pakistani, right? You see where I'm going with this? All of a sudden, when the pressure was mounting on Elfin and it seemed like it was inevitable that she was going to be revealed as Pakistani, she started shifting the blame from Muslims to the Jews.
Oh no.
Saying things like, oh, the reason why all the Muslims are coming to Europe was because Jews want to destroy society. She'd also suspiciously start saying things like this. I'm not gonna lie, Muslims got one thing right, and it's that pigs are filthy animals. No nutritional value and so much fat relative to beef and chicken. Not even enough protein. Pork sucks in general. Bacon is good sometimes, but bacon in the UK is terrible. Oddly suspicious to say this. This isn't edgy or based. This sounds like someone who's guilty. And that's because she was. Look, eventually it was very hard to deny this. 4chan was after her ass, and they were revealing the fact that she used to be on 4chan when she was younger. There are threads dating back to as far as 2021 where they were referring to her as someone who was very attractive and was peak wife material. They'd be calling her their ideal crush, their ideal wife when she was a minor.
Oh my god.
And one of those people complimenting her would say, lives in Pakistan. Additionally, what didn't help was that her name was doxed, and it was painfully Arabic. Pakistan is a Muslim country that's heavily influenced by Muslim culture, so of course they have a lot of Arab names. At this point, it was simply undeniable no matter how much she wanted it to not be true. So around the end of December 2025, she would admit to her Discord, yes, I'm Pakistani, but I promise I'm only half Pakistani.
Wait. Why is there a Ukraine flag here?
People would start hating on her, and of course she'd do what she did best, suicide bait. Saying, whatever dude, stop hating me because I'm a halfie, fuck, I'm gonna kill myself now.
Wait, why the Ukraine? What?
Someone would say, I miss when I thought Elf was white. The hand reveal ruined everything. Then she would say, Jesus, okay, leave then, asshole. She'd then say, guys, I'm only half Pakistani, okay?
You don't even consider Slavs white either.
I'm half Slavic. I'm Ukrainian. Please.
Oh, have you? Okay. Okay.
Some white in me.
Okay, as a half Ukrainian, how could you say that you are Russia boo? Okay? That you love Russia as a half... Whatever. I'm not even gonna get into that.
But then she would realize a very important realization, saying, you guys hate me because I'm a halfie. I get it. Y'all don't even consider Slavs white either, so I'm double brown. I hate my life. Now you might be wondering, why is it that her community of white supremacists didn't consider Slavs white? Well, in these extremely edgy internet circles, they have a big problem with the fact that the Ukrainian president Zelensky is Jewish. They think
That's not the reason. That's not the reason why Slavic people are not considered. Slavic people have not been considered white historically. It has nothing to do with Zelensky being a Jewish person, okay? The fact that Slavic people are not seen as... That makes no sense, okay? No, that's not why Slavic people are not considered white. It's not because of Zelensky.
Jewish puppet, and he's prolonging the war
I can't for it to be revealed that Lucy is Polish.
on purpose, right? That's their viewpoint. So to them, Ukrainians were Jewish. They were part of the problem. Someone would say, and your dad's Ukrainian, in parentheses, Jewish, to which you would say, he's not Jewish, in all caps.
Oh my god. I mean, I am also Jewish, so... I guess. Wah, 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 wah. Polish and Jewish.
So now she wasn't just seen as half Muslim, she was also seen as half Jewish, the two things that her community hated the most, and she made them that way. You have to understand, not everyone who found Elfin had that ideology. Some of them were totally innocent, found her through a belly picture, liked her, maybe fell in love with her because they're mentally ill, and then saw that she thought this way ideologically and started sharing those same opinions. And now they were being backstabbed, betrayed. How dare you be exactly what you've been hating on for so long? Some people would start saying, hey, maybe you're not Pakistani, maybe you're just Indian, to which you would say, I'm too cute to be Indian, please guys. Like, how dare you call a Pakistani an Indian, bro? Like, this would all keep building up until Christmas Day, the 25th of December 2025, when Elfin, in an extremely drunken state, would post a tweet that's barely legible, saying, I'm drunk enough to come out. I'm Pak, mom's side, and Ukrainian, dad's side. I'm a halfie. LMFAO, weird combo, right? I'm not Muslim and I hate Muslims. I love Christmas. I'm more Slavic than anything because I grew up Slavic. Slava Ukraina, Pakistan Zindabad. So look, just like with Riri Gaki, right, with her black boyfriend, this normally should have never been a problem. I think this would have been something to celebrate. Like, oh, you come from very different cultures. Cool, that's awesome. Wow. The only person that made it a problem was her.
Uh-oh.
As you can see from the 186 replies, her community wasn't really too happy about this. The next step was her trying to appease her community. Look, she knew what they wanted. They wanted whatever what was in between her legs. So she would desperately tweet things out like, Aryan man, please colonize me. Aryan man, please colonize the girl failure. Stinky bitch, Aryan man. I mean, at this point, it was just pathetic. The only feelings most people had when seeing this was pity. Like, come on, dude, what are you doing? Then on the 29th of December, she would tweet this out all of a sudden saying, I hate being who I am and I hate being like this. I can't do this anymore for a bit. I'm sorry. I don't know when I'll be back, but I'm fucking sorry I'm like this. I hope you're all well and please don't miss someone like me. Goodbye for now. What would immediately follow
Oh my god.
her deactivating her Twitter account and disabling.
Wait, who voted yes? Who voted for me to go back to my VTuber thing? Who was it?
All invites to her Discord server. Now look, reactions were mixed to this, but as you might have guessed, the majority of the VTuber community was celebrating, okay? Hitler was dead. This stain on VTubers' reputations, as well as her insufferable community, were finally gone. We won. On the other end of these celebrations, though, were some very heartbroken men saying things like, I hope Elfin Psyop comes back. Yeah, she's mentally ill and likes to provoke people, but she's not so bad that she deserves to have something terrible happen to her. Or this guy saying, I really hope Elfin Psyop is okay. The racism towards her because of who she is unacceptable, and I genuinely hope she didn't hurt herself. No one deserves to be treated like that. It's like, bro, are we talking about the same person here? That's literally what she did every single day. And to make matters
oh
worse,
boy.
when she deactivated her account, this person would tweet this out saying, another VTuber that I spent thousands of dollars making merch for just deactivated her socials without any warning whatsoever and isn't responding to my messages. Yes, of course, this person was referring to Elfin Psyop, right?
Oh my god.
Right. This post got a lot of attention and it showed how much of a wreck she really was. Look, overall, it wasn't just embarrassing to be Elfin at this point. It was also humiliating to be one of her fans. I mean, these guys were hopeless. They were like, yeah, I know she's half Indian, but look, she's half white. I know we're...
I mean, Slavic people are unironically barely seen as white, quote unquote, so... And it's not because of Zelensky, okay? Do you know how Polish people are called, actually? Do you know how some people call Polish people the N-words of Europe? That's a thing. Like, there is this sort of bigotry against Slavic people. And it's not linked to Zelensky, okay?
meant to hate Muslims and minorities, but please, just make an exception for her. I'll fix her, wife her up, and prolong the white race. Please, let's just make her an exception. Now, as pathetic as this sounds, it wasn't a surprise. No one was ever interested in her for her political takes or her grift. It was all about her belly and the fact that she was a woman who was promiscuous. Politically speaking, though, they gave themselves some hope that, hey, at least she's half white, but even that illusion was about to be shattered. That's
Why?
because 4chan would go above and beyond, as they always do, and would find
What? She was not half Ukrainian?
irrefutable proof that she's not half Pakistani, she is full Pakistani. 4chan would go
Uh-oh.
through her previous usernames on Steam. And before using Elfin Psyop in 2021,
Uh-oh. Why half Ukrainian then? Because of the war? Well, I don't get it.
she would be known
Why? She said that she was a super fan of Russia, so why half Ukraine? Whatever.
as Absurd Comrade. Well, would you look at that? There's an Osu account that was created back in September 2020 that had the same exact name, and also used the profile picture of a character that Elfin liked a lot, Megumin from Konosuba. It also had the flag of Pakistan on the profile. And this was a very big deal because this was region-based. Yes, it was based on your IP. This
That doesn't demonstrate anything. You could live in Pakistan and still be half Ukrainian. That doesn't demonstrate anything.
meant that as far back as 2020, Elfin was in Pakistan.
That doesn't demonstrate. She could still be what?
She wasn't
Lucy, you're looking too much into that. Listen, I'm intellectually curious, okay?
raised Slavic. She was raised in a country in which 99.9
She could still be raised Slavic if the Ukrainian parent would instill Ukrainian whatever. That's still a thing, okay? Like my best friend was raised in Poland, and she's very much in touch with the Vietnamese culture, so that it doesn't mean anything. It doesn't mean anything.
are Muslim. And those Muslim immigrants going to the UK that she kept insulting every single day, well, she was literally one of them.
That is
I
true.
mean, seriously, the jokes just write themselves here. Like, how stupid is this? At this point, it was official. She was nothing more than a self-hating grifter. Many such cases, but not many with this many followers and that much of a community. But just as people thought
I mean, Blur White.
that she was finally defeated, that she was gone forever, she would literally come back just a few days later. And while she was expecting a bunch of hugs and kisses, she instead
Lucy, I can't message on side chat. Wait, why can't you? What's wrong with the side chat? Hold on. I feel like... Hold on. I feel like I know. Lucy... Wait, why can't you? You should be able to. Testing. Yeah, you messaged. You did it. You did it, Greater Rent. You should... I did not forget to pay, okay? I actually do have to check when I have to pay for the domain, but... Okay, I do have to check when it's due to pay for the domain, but... I'm gonna check after stream. But you should test it by donating, okay? Test by donating.
got the final blow to her short but very interesting career.
Oof.
So look, it was at this point that I started working on this video, but then I saw that she had tweeted on January 4th saying, "Hey, what's up, retards? I'm back. I went to a museum. I did a bunch of different things." She'd even post a selfie. And a tank, the flag of Pakistan. Her post would get thousands of likes. Her community was so happy she was back. They were celebrating and saying, "Oh my God, I was worried
I do have $20, but it's staying with me." Oh, come on. Come on. Come on.
about you. Oh my God, thank you so much for coming back. I missed you." So I was like, oh, I I guess we're gonna pretend like nothing happened. Okay. She'd say, all the speculation about me leaving for weird reasons was all wrong, lol. I left because I had personal reasons. This is when I figured, okay, dude, whatever. Like, who cares? I'm just gonna work on something else. And look, I want to make one thing clear. If Elfin continued as she always had operated and didn't change a single thing, then she could have very easily kept her career and her community. Again, they didn't care about her political ideology, okay? They just wanted a chance to get in a Discord call with her and have her goon. But what she would do 2 days later on January 6th, 2026 would be the dumbest thing I have ever seen anyone
Very
do on
recent. This year. It was just 11 days
the
ago.
internet ever, admitting to the distribution of child pornography.
What? 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 Oh my god.
She'd make this tweet out of nowhere, saying, guys, I have a little announcement to make. So this may not come as much of a shock to some of you, but to most of the majority, I want to be truthful to all of you. When I first started VTubing, I was 17 years old. My hallmates living with me were older than me and would buy me all the alcohol. So I pretended to be a bit older online. I came to the UK to study a foundation year at 16, turning 17. They let you go early, especially if you have good grades. I'm 19 right now. The funniest part of all this is that I never told my age to anyone because I didn't want people to think it's weird someone underage is talking about stupid shit online.
She said she was 20.
And the lie had gone for so long for me to tell the truth. But I'm a solid age now that I don't care. It's kind of why I suck at
I'm streaming Greater Rain. I'm streaming important things like this. And then I'm gonna stream politics.
saying what age I learned what. Like, oh, I started going on 4chan when I was 14. But what I mean is like 11. I wanted to sound older somehow. I had to get a proper ID for 18 when I turned 18, and it was exhilarating buying my own beer. Ha 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 ha. Now here's the bombshell. Also, just thought to put this out there because all the images that my haters have been leaking are all technically CP, XD. Good luck. So yeah, it would seem
What?
are all technically
Just to put this out there, all the images that my haters have put.
CP, XD. Good luck. So yeah, what seemed like a post of her just being edgy as always, saying, hey, I've always been edgy. I've always been on 4chan. I've thought the same thing since I was 14. Ended up being one of the dumbest admissions of guilt I've ever seen in my life.
What?
Yes, she's been on 4chan since she was a minor. And yes, since then, she's been promiscuous. She's been sending explicit images of herself. She's been sexting. She distributed illegal material. And she's out here talking about it like, oh, gotcha. Someone would, of course, point this out. Reply.
You realize taking pictures and uploading them is you transmitting, distributing illegal child porn as well, right? Just because it's yourself doesn't remove that.
You realize taking the pictures and uploading them is you transmitting / distributing illegal CP as well, right? Just because it's yourself doesn't remove that. This is when Elfin would say, yeah, I know, but that shit was ages ago, and I sent it to a few people at different time intervals. I didn't know they would leak it because they're awful people. I hope they suffer, smiley face. This is, of course,
What the fuck?
in reference to the many nudes you can find online of her. So that means a lot of websites are hosting CP at the moment, if she's to be believed. At this point, she was fair game, okay? And this is when Johnzilla would make this Twitter thread, saying, most people think Elfin Sao privated because she crashed out over her white supremacist friends finding out that she isn't white. But in actuality, it was because it was found out she groomed and sent weird and inappropriate things to minors on her Discord server. The first example would be how she made a community member who was 16 draw a doujin, right? Like some sort of a adult comic of her and a VTuber she looked up to. He would post it in her Discord and she would say, holy fucking shit, dude. Oh my God. She was very excited over it.
Doctors don't say she don't read anything here most times anyway.
She'd also send him some very explicit messages. Like, for example, he'd make artwork of her holding a gun on her stomach and she'd say, I love the weight of the gun on my stomach. It makes me very horny. And finally, there would be this screenshot in which she says, when I grow up, I'm going to be like Masato and groom blah, blah, blah. And there'd even be a message with her saying, pedophile bros, rise up. So now her community had to wrestle with the fact that not only was she not a virgin, not only was she not
Oh my
liked, but she
God.
was also someone who was practically a weirdo to minors. Go figure. What Johnzilla had
We're watching a video about a VTuber, you know, member of my community. It's, you know, I used to be a VTuber, so I'm checking what's happening in the VTuber community, you know, the space that I used to be a part of, technically speaking.
posted was part of a wider expose that fully sought to expose Elfin and ruin her career that was posted on 4chan. In it, we can see even more images, like how, for example, she would let this minor into an NSFW 18 plus channel knowing that he's a minor. She doesn't care. Why would she? But look, I know at this point you're thinking she's completely irredeemable. No way she still has fans, right? Well, there's a reason I refer to her fans throughout this whole video as castrated men. They're not castrated like literally, like physically. They're castrated mentally, in the sense that they stand for nothing. Their life is meaningless in the sense that they're willing to throw anything away just for a chance at having a gooner girlfriend. Someone would reply to Johnzilla's thread saying, "What the fuck? Based? Me next?" In all caps. So guys, I don't care. She could murder someone. She could, I don't know, carpet bomb an entire family neighborhood. I don't care. I don't care. Please, just get in a call with me and Goon. Please. I never had a woman touch me. Please. The secondhand embarrassment would continue for Elfin, though. She would post an AI-generated clip of Brody Fox, a content creator, with him saying slurs that he never said because it's AI. It would perform abysmally, and he would reply to her saying, "Why did you groom minors and distributed CP?" linking Johnzilla's thread, out-ratioing her by 5 times. Yeah, at this point it was obvious. Elfin was becoming a lolcow. In fact, she had already become one by the time she deactivated the first time in December. Seeing how much the pressure was mounting and how many of her close friends or community members...
You see, this is cringe and slop and also drama. I know, but you know, I have to check on my community from time to time.
were telling her, "You're a dumbass for admitting this. You have to do something to contain this disaster," she would make this tweet in a desperate attempt to calm people down, saying, "I lied. I lied about my age and being younger at the time because there's images of me on the internet that I sent to people I trusted. Never full nudity, and they used AI to make revenge porn of it. They actively posted on all spaces I'm in, trying to get back at me for rejecting them. How do you counter that? How do you even stop it? So yeah, I lied to scare them." Yeah, right. And I'm French. What are we doing? Lying now? No one believed that, especially with the proof that she so readily invited a 16-year-old into an NSFW channel on her Discord.
My goodness.
It was over. And even Elfin had enough self-awareness to understand that. This is why shortly afterwards, a day later, on January 7th, 2026, she would yet again
But that was 10 days ago.
deactivate her Twitter, but this time wipe her YouTube channel and pretty much delete all socials. And the final thing she'd do is post an announcement on Discord, pretty much announcing her graduation and how she was ceasing all activities.
Right, that's what you call when you quit being a VTuber. Graduation.
For good now. Here's what you have to say. "Hey, thank you for always being by my side. When I first started streaming, it was crazy to me to have so many people like me so much and want to talk to me. It felt exhilarating to have friends in a community. All the art I got, all the friendships I made, the 10-hour Among Us sessions, it was incredible. Probably the best time I've ever had in my life. I wouldn't trade this time for the world. It meant everything to me, and you guys meant everything to me.
Sure.
I'd like to thank you all for being amazing agents." That's what she called her community. "For believing in me, even though I've always been a massive loser. For always sticking by my side, buying my merch, liking me at all. I wish I could give you more than this. I wish I could be more than what I am.
I still can't believe there was a viewer that gave her $10,000 in a single donation.
you guys, and I'm so sorry for disappointing you like I do every time. But I just wanted to say I really love you guys. Despite all the controversies and dramas we've been through, it's been way too fun to want to forget all of this. I guess the Elfin saga had to end on a weird bittersweet note like this. Fucking chaotic. It definitely wasn't meant to last. I never believed in myself that much. Too much shit has happened, and I'm too small of a person to be able to handle it alone. I've lost. It doesn't matter anymore. Please don't be sad when I'm gone. You can always look back on memories. So corny. I'll be graduating for good. I wish I could have a stream rather than this Discord announcement, but this is the best I can bring myself to doing. I don't want to seem pathetic on stream. Have to act nonchalant. Thank you for being with me. I love you all. It was really nice while it lasted. Heart emoji. And so this was it. This time it was actually official. It wasn't like the other time she deactivated and just came back a few days later. No, this was it. Elfin PsyOp would be no more. And as you might have guessed, people celebrated again. But her community was gutted. and shortly afterwards, she would completely delete her Discord.
Oh no.
Elfin Psyop is a real one. I'm gonna miss my homie. I'm broken right now.
Oh,
She'll be
no.
with us always, in one form or another. Plenty more Indian women out there. Just go to India and bring one home. Dude, look at this tweet. Just look. Oh my god. When I die, Elfin will still be on my mind. I couldn't forget these past couple of years if I tried. Castrated beyond belief. You see, when people make fun of the male loneliness epidemic, don't show them statistics, okay? Don't make them think that it's just some guy who's sad that he's single. Show them these people mourning as if they lost a family member, when in fact it was just some grifter who was a Pakistani woman that pretended she was white. It is so pathetic, man. Okay, this is probably my favorite tweet. Okay, this is... Your Paki brothers will miss you, Elfin Pakistan. There was a lot of funny memes. Gets called brown once, fucking dies. Look at this guy. I wake up with a New Year's hangover, and one of the first things I learn is that Elfin is brown. First off, the fuck that I missed. Second off, is there a single one of you motherfuckers that's actually white? And just like that, the legendary meteoric rise of Elfin would end as quickly as it had started. Not with a
Raider
bang.
and says, why are people so toxic? Why does everyone need to add gasoline to the fire and spread lies of their secrets? I swear it's always the same stuff. Someone gets lambasted because of their suspicious ex interests, and people like make it their personal mission to make them off themselves. I don't know. It's very strange. It is a very, very strange.
Not with a whisper, but in a flaming hot pile of diarrhea. But hey, as far as I know, the artist that had been ghosted by Elfin worked things out, and now you have an attorney involved. Meanwhile, Riri is still crying over the fact that she grifted, tried to be Elfin, and now her entire career is ruined. Hey man, all I gotta say is you play stupid games, you win stupid prizes. But before I end the video, I do want to point out something that's very, very interesting. There's a conspiracy theory going around right now that the reason why Elfin left and deleted all socials is because she's being pursued by UK tax authorities. You see, when you would donate to her PayPal link, it would show an email. It would say payment to blank blank at hotmail.com. And this was clearly not her name. This was a man's name. This was her boyfriend that she had while she cheated on him with 6 other guys. However, you have to remember, Elfin was in the UK under a student visa, which doesn't allow her to work or earn any income. It seemed like she was funneling all her earnings to her boyfriend. So the theory
Like it's kind of puritanical and vigilante bullshit. True.
is that maybe she broke up with her boyfriend and he found out that she cheated on him with 6 guys and she was doing all this dumb shit on the internet. So now he's getting the tax authorities after her so he can reclaim the money that she took from him while also getting her kicked out of the country. Definitely an interesting theory, but I do think it might be a bit of a reach. I guess only time will tell. I personally think that Elfin will try to pull a Gunpei because she's practically Gunpei but 10 times worse. Eventually, she might recreate a new persona, a new character, and try to come back into streaming slowly. Will she carefully disguise herself? No, people will recognize her, but her community will be very happy that she's back because as you can see, there's a void in their hearts that still hasn't been filled, guys. I've made so many videos, throughout this career. Some of them involve disturbing topics, but I've never been so disturbed as I have been while researching for this video. I'm sure you also lost hope in humanity multiple times as you were watching this, so hey, you're welcome. And I hope you enjoyed. Thank you so much for watching until the end.
Wow. Oh my gosh. Whoa. Wowzers trousers. Okay, we've done it. We have checked on my community, the VTuber community. And I even started a poll asking if I should return to being a VTuber. 2 votes. One says, hell yeah, oh my god. And the second saying, no, 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 better not. Boo. But guess what? Guess what happened? Okay, guess what happened when I wasn't looking? I mean, I was looking. Guess what happened? Guess what happened? Guess what happened, everybody? Something really amazing happened, okay? Dr. Jean says, VTuber are like William Afton. They always come back. Listen, you don't want me to come back. So I don't know what to say. I know what to tell you, Dr. Jones. You do not want me back. Okay, guess what happened? And we're gonna drink some water. Also, let me check something. What the hell? Yeah, I'm drinking water. So guess what? Guess what? Oh, nobody wants to guess what. Wait, where's Dr. Jones is on YouTube chat for some reason, but where's my Something's wrong. Something's weird. Oh, yeah. I'm actually preparing already a second interview for the thing. It's gonna be a mother and her son. The second content for the new channel is gonna be another standalone interview, because I feel like that's a good one for the second video. But for that one, I need a translation. So that's an announcement. Mark DB, isn't Lucy a woman's name? Yes, it is. Hello, Mark the DB. Hey, how did you find this channel, Mark the DB? Also, not even necessarily. Have you ever seen One Piece? Luffy called himself Lucy when he disguised himself for the whole tournament thing. So why is your name Lucy? Why not? Why is your name Mark the DB? I guess you don't know anything about me. Have you just stumbled upon this channel randomly? Why would it not be Lucy? Why should it be? Why would you? Because I like Stalker? It's been a while since I've played Stalker. Wait, what does that... I'm not playing Stalker today, so... What's up, Mark the DB? My name is Lucy because I'm a trans person. Do you know what a trans person is, Mark the DB? You stopped playing Stalker because there was a bug that soft-locked you. No, that's not true. There was not a bug that soft-locked me. You don't know what a trans person is? You should look it up. But that is why my name is Lucy. Also, welcome. Maybe you'll stick around. I don't know. Do you watch any other streamers marked DB, or did you just, I don't know. Am I the first streamer that you've ever seen? Do you watch political streamers at all? I guess I got a new viewer today. Marked DB. Guess we're gonna do this. We're gonna do this because before I go to the Trump. Yeah, we're gonna talk about the Trump Peace Prize. Nobel Peace Prize for Donald Trump. We're gonna be talking about that because that's pathetic and it's a good thing for a segment. But first, we're gonna talk to Mark to DB, who decided to ask me why my name is Lucy. Which I'm answering. I am answering you. Mark to DB. I'm not playing Stalker 2 on this laptop because it's too weak. I could continue playing Stalker 1. I could do that. That's a thing that I could do. Yeah. That's right. Yes, that's right. That's why my name is Lucy. Hey, you answer my question. Do you watch any political streamers? Do you know what I do? If you like Stalker, then I assume you are a fan of Ukraine, right? I assume I don't know, you're interested in news about the war? That is my assumption based on your gaming preferences. I'm from Eastern Europe. Oh, where are you from? I'm from Poland. Might as well tell you, I'm the biggest Polish trans streamer. And I go to Ukraine to do journalism. You could call me a little bit of a journalist. I do journalism on how the war affects children. So where are you from in Eastern Europe? Also, oh, interesting, Czech Ukraine. But the initiative to get artillery shells for Ukraine was pretty great by the Czech Republic. So I definitely hope you did not vote for the current government. Oh, also, here's my channel for my war journalism stuff. This is the channel where I post my interviews and stuff related to what I do in Ukraine. So check it out. Check it out. I always look for new viewers, new stuff on that channel. Especially since it's actually doing pretty well. Okay, I might as well do some. The first video has 273 views, and the newest short has 1,200 views, which is pretty good. Very fortunate change, very unfortunate change. Are you anti-Ukraine? You're a Stalker fan, but you're anti-Ukraine? Your video and audio is not synced? Yeah, it is. Shameless plugging? Yes. What do you mean your video and audio is not synced? Yes, it is. Yes, very much is. course we do some shameless plugging here. We always do some, we be doing some shameless plugging. I'm not anti-Ukraine. As a matter of fact, my girlfriend is from Ukraine. Well, then why do you say that your change in the government is very fortunate? Why do you say that you had a fortunate change in the government since it's a very anti-Ukraine government? Your government blocked the initiative to give a loan to Ukraine from the frozen Russian assets, just so you know. You should be ashamed. You should be ashamed of yourself. Okay, let's get to the Trump stuff because it's time. It's time to get to the Trump stuff. Because I don't want my country to become Czechostan. I have no clue what you're referring to. I suspect you might be a right-winger or something. And believe all the populist nonsense. Take a wild guess. About what? Take a wild guess about what? I'm not into guessing stuff. What am I supposed to guess? What is it a good thing for a populist anti-Ukrainian government to win when you're supposedly pro-Ukrainian? Cool. I don't want 3D. What are 3D world migrants? Also, why are you against immigration? Am I going to hear some populist, nonsensical nonsense arguments, some non-arguments? What's wrong with immigration? What's wrong with migration? What's wrong with 3D world migrants? Would you rather have some 4D world migrants? 2D world migrants? What's wrong with migrants? What is your argument? Am I gonna have a debate with the chat now about migration? I'm ready for this. I'm ready for a debate for the day. You wanna call in? As a fellow Slav? Okay. I guess you've got nothing. I guess I can go back to my thing now. Muslims don't really like us, and I don't like them either. Simple as that. And you base that on what? What do you mean Muslims don't really like us? That makes... I'm sorry, but you're not really saying anything. Like, citation needed? What do you mean by Muslims don't really like us? It's like you didn't say anything. Also, not all people from outside of Europe are Muslims. You know that, right? I hope you're aware that not everybody that's not from Europe is Muslim. But also, I don't even know what that means, what you just said. Muslims don't really like us. It's an empty statement. I'm cool with Ukrainian migrants. Well, increasingly not, apparently, because you have an anti-Ukrainian government right now. I would remind you once again, your government is anti-Ukraine. So it's not really pro-Ukrainian migrants either. Let me see. Is Oh, well, look at that. As of January 2026, the newly formed Czech government, led by Prime Minister Andrej Babiš, following the October 2025 elections, has adopted a more skeptical stance toward Ukrainian immigration and aid compared to its predecessor. So your great new government is more anti-Ukraine immigration. While the government is not explicitly anti-immigrant in a total sense, acknowledging the pragmatic needs of the labor market, it has shifted toward more restrictive rhetoric and policies regarding Ukrainian refugees. Oh, wow, okay. Interesting. Yeah, there is not an ideal government, but this government right now is objectively worse than the one before, at least for Ukrainian immigrants, which you seem to be okay with. So there you go. You might be okay with Ukrainian immigrants, but your government is not. That's not true. That's not what Ukrainian refugees do, not in Poland. And I doubt that the Czech Republic is some exemption. Okay? Let me see. Let me look it up. Are Ukrainian refugees good for the Czech economy? Let me fact check your claim. Let me fact check your claim about people coming to the Czech Republic. What did you say? Not bothering to work. Yes, Ukrainian refugees have been demonstrably good for the Czech economy, contributed more in taxes and social insurance than the state has spent on their support. Whoops. Well, that's one myth that has been completely debunked in 5 seconds, that Ukrainian immigrants come to the Czech Republic not to work. They have filled labor shortages and had no negative impact on local employment rates. Whoops. So that whole rhetoric of some just come here and don't bother to work is complete nonsense. It's complete bullshit, as always. It doesn't matter if some don't work, if the community as a whole is a net contributor to the economy. That's a non-argument. It doesn't matter if some. Are you gonna throw out the window Ukrainian people contributing to the economy because some don't work? Is that a good policy to adopt, in your opinion? Oh, some Ukrainian people don't work. Well, then I guess we should just be more restricted about immigration as a whole, even though Ukrainian people demonstrably contribute to the economy. I'm sorry, that's just nonsensical. That's just nonsense. That's nonsense policy. As expected from a populist government. Nonsense policies that's a specialty for the populist governments like your current Czech one. I'm not even surprised. Oh, we have a good thing going. We have a good thing going with Ukrainian immigrants. Well, then I guess we should just stop. You know? All right, let's talk about Trump. Enough of this. Let's talk about Donald Trump. You're here to listen about Donald Trump. Oh, Market DB, are you pro-Trump? Are you pro-Donald Trump? No? Oh, thank God. I expected you to be pro-Trump, to be honest, but, you know, whatever. Are you disappointed? I am disappointed in you. Yes. I'm disappointed for you for being pro-current government in the Czech Republic, yes. Very much so. But you know, it's whatever. It happens. It happens to the best of us. All right. Also press like on the stream. Previous government did very poorly. Yeah, everybody says. Every person that's pro populist SLOP says that. Oh no, it's the fault of the previous government. Oh no. Everybody says that. I bet your current government had nothing positive to offer. Only, oh no, we're just gonna do things differently than the previous government. I bet they offered no positive policy. I bet the only rhetoric that they offered was like, we're just against the previous guys. I voted for them 4 years ago. Well, you clearly voted for the wrong people now. Like what? What promises did they back down on? All right, I'm gonna talk about Trump now. I don't have time. Okay? We're gonna be talking about Donald Trump now. You ready, Dr. Jones? You ready, Greater Rain? Okay, I wanna do a little bit of a. I want to see people chat. Okay? Write in the chat if you're still here. Oh, they've raised which taxes did they raise? Like, I don't know. You feel like a very, very easy manipulated. You feel like a voter that's very easy manipulated. Okay, Greater End is here. Okay, Dr. Jones is here. Anybody else? Everything. Now I know you're full of. Now I know you're full of it. I don't believe that they've raised taxes on everything. Okay, I'm gonna look it up just before I go to the Trump crap. Okay? Here we go. Let's see. No, the previous Czech government did not raise taxes on everything. Rather, it enacted a comprehensive tax reform package, effective largely from January 1st, 2024, that involved a mix of tax increase, reductions, and reclassifications as part of a fiscal consolidation effort. So I just did look it up. I just read it out loud for you. My goodness. That is very... You really are a person that is really easy to manipulate, aren't you? Now I'm really disappointed. Yeah, they've raised taxes on everything. Oh my goodness. It is because of you that we're in the bad situation that we are in, okay? It's because of people like you that don't know what they're voting on, that don't know what's happening with their own taxes, that don't know anything and then just believe populist slop. Brainless populist arguments. Eat it up like candy. You eat it up like... Very disappointing, okay? Very sad. Don't do that, okay? Don't be like that. All right. So as you may or may not know, okay, you said everything. You've already lost. I'm already past this topic. I don't care to... Okay? I didn't read some title. Okay? I'm sorry, but you already lost. You said everything. Everything. Okay? Okay. I'll indulge you for a second. Key tax changes. The reforms included significant adjustments to corporate personal consumption and excise taxes. Corporate income tax. The rate increased from 19 to 21%. Personal income tax. The threshold for the higher 23% tax rate was reduced, meaning more income is taxed at the higher rate. New employee sickness insurance contributions of 0.6% was also introduced. VAT. The previous three reduced VAT rates, 10, 15, 21%, were consolidated into a single reduced rate of 12%. So VAT was reduced. And a standard rate of 21%. This led to some goods and services moving to a lower rate. Food, medical devices, while others moved to a higher rate. Hairdressing, most beverages, municipal waste collection, property tax. Rates for real estate taxes increased to an average of 1.8 times their previous levels. Excise taxes. Duties on tobacco products, e-cigarettes, nicotine pouches, and spirits were increased and are set to raise further in subsequent years. The exemptions for aviation fuel for domestic flights was also abolished. Gambling tax. Oh, that must hurt. The tax rate on gambling was increased from 23 to 30%. Not all taxes were raised, as some items benefited from a reduced VAT rate, and still wine remained exempt from excise tax. There you go. There you go. There you go. You said everything. You said everything. You lied to me. And now I'm going to talk about Donald Trump. Okay? All right. Let's go. Let's go. So Trump has ended supposedly 8 wars. He has not ended 8 wars. He really wanted a Peace Nobel Prize, but he did not win it. We all know that. We all know that Trump did not win the Peace Nobel Prize. The Peace Nobel Prize was won by the Venezuelan opposition leader, which is why Trump hated her guts, which is why Trump did not want to talk to her at all, which is why he said that she has no support. But in a very weird twist, in a very weird consolation prize participation trophy moment, she has visited Trump and she has decided to give her Nobel Prize to him. Look at that. Just look at that. Trump with the Nobel Peace Prize medal presented to him by Maria Corina Machado. So Trump got his Nobel Peace Prize. Let's look at that. Look at the photos. Look at that. He looks so proud, and she looks. I don't even know how to interpret her expression. I don't even know how to interpret this. But he looks very proud of himself. He looks like he said, I won, okay? I got mine. The Nobel Prize Committee did not give me the Nobel Prize, but in the end, I got mine. It's mine. I ended all the wars. I deserve it more than any other person in the world. And I'm happy. And now I'm okay talking to this person with whom I've not been okay talking to just a bit ago, because she has no support. To President Donald J. Trump, in gratitude for your extraordinary leadership in promoting peace through strength, advancing diplomacy, and defending liberty and prosperity, the 2025 Nobel Peace Prize medal awarded to Maria Corina Machado, presented as a personal symbol of gratitude on behalf of the Venezuelan people in recognition of President Trump's principled and decisive action to secure a free Venezuela. Translation: you invaded my country for oil and nothing else. You destabilized my country. You want to run it yourself for years to come. As you said, you're not afraid of boots on the ground. But you know what? Maybe if I get into your good graces by giving away this peace prize to you, maybe you will let me in, and maybe you will actually let me be in charge of the country. This is how I read this. I'm sorry. That's the most obvious read in the world. You know, maybe if I give you this prize, maybe then you will allow me in. You'll let me in, even though you said that you wouldn't. You did not want to talk to me. You said I had no support. And therefore, you said that you would not even consider me as a candidate for a person that could lead the country. But you know what? Maybe now that I have given up my Peace Nobel Prize to you, you will change your mind. Am I incorrect in my read? No, I don't think so. I think I'm pretty much correct in my read. The courage of America and its President Donald J. Trump will never be forgotten by the Venezuelan people. Maria Corina Machado. It's just sad. It's pathetic. It's the most pathetic part about this is Trump himself, okay, being so shallow. But that's not even, should that surprise me? That Trump is so shallow, so just vain, just the vanity of it all. But that's not the best part. The best part is written here in this tweet. The Nobel Committee issued a statement clarifying that once a Nobel Prize is announced, it cannot be revoked, shared, or transferred to others. It cannot. It is still hers, okay? No matter what she does, no matter what she claims, she can give it to him, quote unquote. She can write a whole dedication to him. Yeah, here's the prize. I'm giving it away for you to have it, because you've stopped all the conflicts in the world. You're the greatest peace president ever. Peace through strength. Have our oil, Mr. President. No, you cannot do that. Actually, you cannot do that. The peace prize still belongs to Corina Machado. Okay, even if she tries to get it on Trump's good side by giving it away. But this just illustrates perfectly who Donald Trump is. And look at this, okay? Trump on why he wanted Machado's Nobel Prize, okay? Look at this, another tweet. because of course we've got tons of tweets on this, because there's been a whole development. And earlier he was saying she's a nice woman, but she cannot, she could not lead the country. I don't think the opposition leader could run the country of Venezuela because she has no support. And now what is he saying? What is the new thing? Look at this. He's being asked, why do you want the Peace Prize from her? Why?
Yesterday, you accepted Maria Machado's Nobel Prize medal. What do you intend to do with it, and why would you?
What do you intend to do with it, and why would you want it?
Someone else's Nobel Prize.
Yeah, why would you want something? That is a perfectly valid question. Why would you want someone else's Nobel Prize?
Well, she offered it to me. I thought it was very nice. She said, you've ended 8 wars, and nobody deserves this prize more than in history than you do. And I thought.
Oh my God, brown nosing to the max. Nobody deserves this prize in history more than you. You're the best president that has ever lived. You have liberated my people. Now, please, please, please let me in on the new government. Please, I'm the opposition leader. I know earlier you said that you would not let me in, but please, I'm giving you this. I'm giving you what you've always wanted. A Nobel Peace Prize. I'm solidifying your legacy as the peace president. Aren't you gonna let me in on the new Venezuelan government, please? Mr. Nobel Prize president, please? I'm begging you. And again, I would remind you that the Nobel Peace Committee said that actually the prize is not transferable. So for all intents and purposes, it is still hers and not Trump's. I guess he just has the physical thing, but it's still hers.
I thought it was a very nice gesture. And by the way, I think she's a very fine woman, and we'll be talking again.
We'll be talking again. So you know what? Whatever she intended to achieve through this gesture, I feel like at least partially, she definitely has succeeded. Okay, stroking Trump's ego is definitely one way to get in his good graces. Now, if it'll do anything, if she'll be able to achieve anything politically through this, that is still remain to be seen. But the first step has been made. She has all but symbolically given the prize to Trump, even though that's not a thing. And now we will have to just observe. We will have to observe. It's very transparent. Okay, to me, this is a very transparent attempt for her to try to gain political leverage through Trump's ego. I don't think anybody's deluded into thinking anything else, right? The whole Peace Prize thing is very, very sad. Okay? A very, very sad situation. Like, I don't even... What else is there to say about it? It's a political gamble of sorts, and we will just have to see if it paid off. I wish the person good luck. I wish her the best, but I find it so interesting that Trump was so desperate to solidify his legacy as the person that creates peace, ends conflict, even though he is so inept about it. He's not able to end any sort of conflict, definitely. Wherever he strikes a deal, some sort of violence still rages on in all the areas that he has touched. He especially is not able to end the big conflict that he said that he would end in 24 hours. He is no peace president. And the only conflict that he actually decisively ended in less than 24 hours is Venezuela. And that was just a resource grab. Plus, he started the conflict and now will exploit the country for oil. We might see a repeat of that in Greenland, but who knows? We will have to see. It's pathetic. But, you know, peace for strength, Nobel Peace Prize president. Again, I will end this by repeating the thing that was said in the previous post. The Nobel Committee issued a statement clarifying that once a Nobel Prize is announced, it cannot be revoked, shared, or transferred to others. So even though she claims to have given it to him, in fact, in all official capacity, it is still hers. He basically just holds it for her, which is already very sad. Questions about this? What do you think? What do you think, my lovely viewers? Is that not pathetic? This is the best Donald Trump BS for today. This is top Trump BS for today. My goodness, the Nobel Prize thing. Just, I did not to stoop so low. Well, he really, really wanted that Peace Prize. It's like a consolation prize. This could have been like 2 minutes long. Technically speaking, all these things could be 2 minutes long. Technically speaking, I could make everything into 2 minutes long. I could make it all into 5 seconds long. Oh, today people met to talk about peace in Ukraine. Nothing was achieved. Oh, okay. That's 10 seconds flat, which actually is very true. Okay. Oh, Trump got Maria Karina Machado gave Trump the Peace Prize. He didn't deserve it, and she cannot transfer it. Oh, 10 seconds. Okay, thanks. Oh, today Russia attacked Ukraine and bombed Kyiv. 5 people died. Thank you. That was 5 seconds. We're done with this topic. What else? Let's actually look at some news. Trump may put tariffs on nations that don't go along with his Greenland plan. He is stupid. Tariffs are stupid, and actually, that's it. That's basically it. Well, that's it. Actually, just reading the title, that's it. That is it. If you don't agree with my Greenland plans, I'll tariff you. That's it. That's the news. 5 seconds. Not even 2 minutes. 5 seconds. Perfect, right? From man to woman, spouse, Poland rings changed after EU same-sex marriage. Ooh, okay. Well, I read it. It's done. That's the topic. Do you go to men's toilet or women's? Why do you care about where I go to the toilet? Are you against trans people as well? Mark the DB. Are you against trans people as well? It's interesting. Wait, what is interesting about it? What is interesting about what toilet I go to? Hmm? What is so interesting about it? It's interesting because you're trans. Why is it interesting because I'm trans? Why are you interested in my toilet habits? Maybe. Is it a secret? No, I just don't know why you're so interested in what toilet I go to. It's weird. It's very weird to be asking people, what toilet do you go to? Have you never met a trans person in your life? What's happening? No. Like, what's so fascinating about me being trans or what toilet I go to? I'm beginning to see why you voted for the government that you voted for, to be quite honest with you. I'm beginning to understand. Oh, yes. Yes, I forgot. Okay. I was actually, there was another topic that, okay, I wanted to do this. Okay. I wanted to check the debate. Hold on. Where is it? Copy link address. I actually wanted to check this stream because he's supposed to be checking out his own. He's supposed to be checking out his debate against Andrew Wilson, and I want to see. I want to see his debate against Andrew Wilson. Because it must be tough being trans. Yeah, it is. And you're not making it easier by asking me what toilet I go to. You're not making my trans experience any easier. Okay, let's see if he went through the debate.
If I'm in the position of these people, that's what I.
Photos, they emailed my family. Oh, bruh, it's okay. Is it? I have no idea. This.
And that gives you carte blanche to go anywhere, to a coherence and the identity of the nomos of the earth. Why does everybody have to suck? What else did you do?
Took a
We're
break.
talking about like conflation, and what was so interesting about that conversation is that at every single step of the way, the move was to justify the use of force by ICE, but the conditions justifying it constantly shifted. So first it was...
Yeah, they had, but President Sunday said that he would review it on stream. See, it's in the title, reviewing my debate with Andrew Wilson. So he will play it. If he's going to review it, then it stands to reason that he's going to play it.
Lawful order. Second, it was drove the car into them.
So I kind of wanna see the review, and
maybe she will drive.
I wanna see the debate through the review.
Now this is assuming that the initial quote unquote impact that didn't take place was deliberate, right? Maybe she'll shoot it, and to which I responded like, well, so wait, are you in favor of ICE proactively shooting Americans in the back? Yeah. I didn't actually get a defiance of that point. That's not interesting, it's predictable. You guys got to stop thinking that because Republicans and conservatives are in favor of killing and have a fascist streak, that therefore we understand them thoroughly. Because I don't know how to explain this to you guys. If we understood them so thoroughly, why are we losing so badly? Because there's a flip side to this, which is a major component of why they're able to do this is because of exactly those same blurred categorizations that normalize violence elsewhere. And one of the most interesting things about this, I'm talking about Andrew Wilson, I don't think he was lying in this conversation. That's what I find interesting. You assuming he's lying is a mistake. I think that's actually a big mistake. I think assuming these people in general are lying is a big mistake, because the power of this doesn't come from it being a massive conspiracy. Did he refer to the victim as a terrorist? Actually, no. Actually, in that conversation, no. The main angle was resistance to authority, higher authority. That was the major theme. I found it very interesting. There was a center of gravity towards subjection to higher authority. I'm not assuming he's lying. I'm assuming he's backing into his positions. Well, I don't know what you're saying then, because earlier you said he's a liar. So leaving all that aside, that doesn't matter. Because here's the thing. It's not a matter of backing into... They aren't backing into positions. They are blind. They are literally blind. They are seeing footage before it exists.
Let's see.
They are seeing...
Okay, is he gonna get into it?
Right. They're pretending they don't have the hand that they're holding. We often call this like hiding their power level, right? Their mental faculties are completely broken. They can't discern what is happening.
Are there any right-wing trans people in Poland? Why do you ask that? Are you right-wing, Mark the DB?
On screen will make up details. No. Super important. Recordings, the blanks are being filled in by themselves. Everybody knew when they were talking about... everyone had a picture in their head of what happened with Maduro. Everyone had a picture in their head of what happened with Charlie Kirk. And that picture has nothing to do with the actual footage.
Why do you wonder if they exist? Are you a right winger? Mark to DB?
That picture is entirely laterally generated. It's entirely laterally generated. Okay, it's like Jurassic Park, okay? The raptor attacks not from the front, but from the side, while you're distracted from the one in front of you. Well, which I don't say lightly, by the way. But there were people who were angry. Fuck you, one of them said, loudly.
Where's
And
the
I can sort of
debate?
understand what the move was. I was listening, again, like, I was listening to a Radio Warner podcast, which, by the way, you should also subscribe to. It's on, I think it's on Spotify. Unfortunately.
Okay.
Not Spotify, Podbean. Oh, that's better. Okay.
What's wrong
Maybe
with
it's better.
Spotify?
I don't know. Is Podbean bad?
What's
It's on
wrong with
Podbean.
Spotify?
It just had a green icon, so I thought Spotify, but it's on Podbean. And before they were talking to, what's her face?
Is being trans exclusive with being right wing? Oh, yes. It very much is. Yes. Are you kidding me? Yes. Being trans is pretty much not compatible with being right wing. Yes. Considering how the right wing views trans people, yeah, it's pretty incompatible, I would say.
Face.
Okay, let's go to
It's
the
not what they
debate.
expected it would look like, but it'll do. What can I say? They really hate women. I mean, a lot of them do, to be clear, and in a more nuanced
Tell
way.
that to Blair White. Yeah, but Blair White grifts against her own interest, so to speak. So
I would say all of them do, but leaving that aside, I think it's something a little bit different going on. I think the killing of Charlie Kirk is a reverberation. One end of the spider web over here, and then this acts as that. All of this acts as that. And in their imagination, a picture is formed in which tit for tat is taking place between things that have no relation to each other, but it's all unified together. There's a really good book called
okay, where's the debate? Is he gonna review it? Where's the debate review? It's like, okay.
The Cultural Politics of Emotion by Sarah Ahmed, which if you haven't read, you absolutely should. And one of the things that Ahmed talks about is the way in which pain establishes the contours of a circle.
There's no recording of it. But he's supposed to be reviewing the debate. And I don't for a moment believe that President Sunday did not record it, okay? He records all of his conversations. I do not believe for a second that he did not record it.
The function of pain, a cognitive down with the hand that they are holding. A recording device, Andrew. And what was very interesting.
Wait, that's the review?
I've moderated debates in the past.
Wait, that is his review of the debate?
I argue with people.
He's not gonna play it?
Very occasionally, but I was arguing with somebody about like some philosophical, very very stupid. And I called him out. I was like, "Yeah, this sounds like a VC debate." And then I immediately went to sleep because I'm dumb. And I woke up, looked at my phone. I woke up, looked at my phone. Oh, you didn't show up. I guess the other person gets the win. So I was like, okay, I'll tell you what. I'll go into VC right now. Okay, you free now? I'll do it right now. So I go to VC. I see some of the people there who are part of that conversation.
Okay.
Talk about board games with some random people. There's some people from other servers as well, because there's people from like Ask Yourselves community in there too, because it's a big debate space. And I noticed that Andrew Wilson and a bunch of other people were talking down below in the in one of the other VCs. So I joined. I was curious what was going on.
Okay.
And they're talking about like you're talking about like the limits of American power and so on. And I this is my jam, so I get into that conversation a little bit, and it goes into a long conversation about the innateness of tribalism in humanity. Right?
I'm surprised he didn't record it. He always records conversations, and this time around he just decided not to record it.
I forget the exact way in which it got to that conversation, but that argument lasted for a good solid like hour and a half. I think roughly like hour and a half. I think roughly. And down the line, at one point, it transitioned to talking about the recent killing of Renee Good, right? And the as I mentioned earlier, the temperature of the conversation went from like a 3 or 4, because it got a little bit heated, because we were like you're pushing back and forth on the question of like the innateness of group tribalism.
He records if he thinks you'll snake him, and he thinks that Andrew Wilson will not. Really? He thinks that Andrew Wilson will not snake him. Okay.
In human beings. I was obviously taking the negative position that there is such a thing. Not tribalism, but the innateness of it. And what was very interesting to me, very interesting indeed, is that Andrew was taking a very staunch, as you can guess, he was taking a very staunch...
That does not really find it very interesting. Andrew Wilson has a very rigid worldview. Andrew Wilson will absolutely misrepresent you, okay?
In favor of the shooting. But at the beginning of the conversation, there was a back and forth in which I had to explain, after he said that in the footage, well, no, he got hit, the officer got hit by the car, right? The officer got hit by the car. That justifies the killing. It was like, no, he didn't. No, he didn't get hit by the car. You can see on the footage. Like, yeah, it's on the footage. It's like, well, what was
He did not get hit by the car.
Which footage are you talking about? Which camera angles? Like from the officer's camera, the body cam. It's like, it's not. What was the camera? What was the his personal recording device? What was the recording device, Andrew?
I can believe that. I can believe that he recorded it and just decided not to disclose it.
And he was like, a body camera. It's like, no, it's not a body camera.
It's a phone.
You can see in the reflection on the car, it's a cell phone. And then it continued to where we were like, who was hit? There was the officer like on the side of the door. There's the officer on the front of the car, and he thought the officer on the side of the car was the one that was hit. And then it was the officer on the front and the officer on the side.
Oh, do I have to also once again repeat the statement that ICE officers do not have the right to detain citizens? So they, like that the ICE officer did not have the right to stop this lady from leaving in the first place? Because as far as I know, she was not being suspected of being an undocumented immigrant.
It was very apparent that he could not remember what the footage depicted. And I don't think he was lying. He brought up the footage afterwards. That was corrected. And this is why I'm talking about this, because I think it's actually very important. He brought up the footage that was at this point essentially fresh to his eyes, right? And then the conversation went down a number of paths where the conflation of ICE with law enforcement was being used to say like, well, she was resisting, she was defying law enforcement. She had a lawful order. To which I argued, well, he's not a cop. He doesn't have the same authority over an American citizen as a cop does. This is an ICE agent. And no, it's a lawful order. And we went down into some weird territory like, well, is it a Terry stop? I had to learn what a Terry stop was, because that's an American thing. If it is a Canadian thing, which I don't think it is, if it is, it's under a different name. but I was not familiar, so we had to like look at that very quickly. But that had to do with, once again, like police and this massive conflation. And what was so interesting about that conversation is that at every single step of the way, the move was to justify the use of force by ICE, but the conditions justifying it constantly shifted. So first it was lawful order.
That's not really interesting. That's classic. That's more like classic. If you fail on one point, you just move to the other. You throw everything at the wall and see what sticks. It's nothing new. It's like it's the same with transphobia. It's the same as any other type of bigotry. You say one thing, it doesn't work, and then you say, oh, but then it's because of that other thing that doesn't work, and then you keep moving on to different things. The conditions shift because, of course, you hope that some condition will finally stick and you will be right, proven right at the end.
Second, it was drove the car into them. Thirdly, the last one, this is where it ended off, was, well, maybe she will drive around back to hit them again. Now this is
maybe
this is assuming that the initial quote unquote impact that didn't take place was deliberate, right? Maybe she'll shoot her, and to which I responded like, well, so wait, are you in favor of
shooting people on a maybe? Yeah, killing people on a maybe.
in favor of ICE proactively shooting Americans in the back? Yeah. I didn't actually get a defiant.
Also, again, ICE does not have any authority over citizens. None whatsoever, because ICE is not police.
Of that point. That's not interesting, it's predictable. You guys got to stop thinking that because Republicans and conservatives are in favor of killing and have a fascist streak, that therefore we understand them thoroughly.
No, it's not predictable because he's a conservative. I think President Sunday is living under some misconception here. Okay, it's not predictable because he's a conservative or because he's a member of this wider political bloc. No, it's predictable because it's Andrew Wilson specifically. Like he's not new to public debate. He's not new to throwing his ideas out there. He's been at this for a long time, at least for a few years. We know what Andrew Wilson's beliefs are at this point. It's predictable specifically because it is this person.
Because I don't know how to explain this to you guys. If we understood them so thoroughly, why are we losing so badly? Because there's a flip side to this, which is a major component of why they're able to do this is because of exactly those same blurred categorization.
Yeah, but you can lose to somebody even if you understand them. You don't lose to people just because you don't understand them. You can understand them perfectly well and still lose.
That normalize violence elsewhere. And one of the most interesting things about this, no, I'm talking about Andrew Wilson, I don't think he was lying in this conversation. That's what I find interesting. You assuming he's lying is a mistake.
I don't think he's lying. I just don't find his views surprising or interesting.
I think that's actually a big mistake. I think assuming these people in general are lying is a big mistake, because the power of this doesn't come from it being a massive conspiracy. Did he refer to the victim as a terrorist? Actually, no. Actually, in that conversation, no.
Also, I don't think it matters if he's lying or not. What matters is what he's pushing for.
The main angle was resistance to authority, higher authority. That was the major theme. I found it very interesting. There was a center of gravity towards subjection to higher authority.
Yeah, but the problem is that ICE has no authority in this case over citizens.
I'm not assuming he's lying. I'm assuming he's backing into his positions. Well, I don't know what you're saying then, because earlier you said he's a liar. So leaving all that aside, that doesn't matter. Because here's the thing. It's not a matter of backing into... They aren't backing into positions. They are blind. They are literally blind. They are seeing footage before it exists. They are seeing impacts in advance of knowing the positioning of the people. He did not realize at the beginning of that conversation that the person who he was certain got hit by the vehicle was in front of the car, which is interesting. Just the physics of it is interesting. How do you get hit on the side of a car? Right? Oh, I misread regular dude. Yours with a Zoshalik. Stop getting into a twist. You're not that important. Chill. And I think that's very interesting. See, when Pisco was debating with Chud Logic,
Right.
right? Yes, you are that important, Darkwana. That's true. When Pisco was debating with Chud Logic, I think, was taking a very cynical position. Chud Logic is trying to sell himself to the right. So he did a bunch of research into legal precedents and whatnot with ChatGPT.
Yeah.
And he was just bullshitting the conversation with Pisco. In his case, he is twisting himself into a pretzel to justify his position, because he's an empty shell of a human being. In this case, these people are literally blind. They can see the footage. They can see that nothing happened. They can see that, look, it's on a cell phone. Ergo, when the car moves forward in that footage, that's not the center of mass. It's to the left. It's in his left hand.
Okay, but that's...
Because he switches hands in that footage, right? And they aren't genuine believers either. And this is something that we need to start really internalizing, because it's actually really important. It's actually one of the reasons why we are so bad at convincing people of things, generally. When we talk about people being true believers or being cynical fakers, we sort of presume that there is a person behind the person's face that has a hidden hand of cards. Okay, they know what they're actually holding. Okay, and they're waiting to play it, but right now they're bluffing. Right, they're pretending they don't have the hand that they're holding. We often call this like hiding their power level, right? Their mental faculties are completely broken. They can't discern what is happening on screen. Will make up details. No, that's the other thing too, and this is something really important. These people are not stupid. You need to understand that these people are not stupid.
But you said they were.
Having normal or even above average intellectual capacities does not protect you from this. It doesn't protect you from this at all. There is no secret little man behind their face holding a hand of cards that you can't see. That's not what's taking place. What's taking place is the way they are networked into their environment, the way that house of mirrors operates, the kinds of connections that they have, generates the image for them. And this goes all the way up to Donald Trump, by the way, because Donald Trump, again, was interviewed pertaining to the Renee Good shooting, and he was wrong about the contents of the footage that he watched with the journalists. He was wrong about the footage he watched with the journalists, but he watched it with them. He asked for the footage to be brought out.
Okay.
Which suggests confidence in what that footage would show. But he was wrong, obviously.
It doesn't matter.
That means he's not lying. That means he's delusional. But
no, that does not follow. It does not follow that he's delusional at all. He could still be very well lying. He could just be confident that whatever he says is the reality. That he shapes reality no matter what the footage says. He doesn't have to even be delusional. That does not follow at all.
Not just
I don't agree. I don't agree with this.
Delusional. A whole lot of people are delusional in the exact same way, and a lot of them are not stupid.
I don't agree with this. Like, it might very well be the case that they're not delusional at all. They know that they're incorrect about the footage, but they're so confident that they can just shape reality itself with their own will. It doesn't matter what reality is. What matters is what they say that it is.
People will talk about like right wingers as being stupid. Like Vosh said, they're like lizards. This is the mistake. This is a big mistake. Well, was he wrong or intentionally misrepresenting it? No, he was wrong. He was very wrong. Andrew Wilson was very wrong. And not just very wrong, I think his position was extremely unethical. Condemnable even. But how he got there was not intentional. How he got there was not a deliberate attempt at obfuscation.
How do you know? Like, this is just speculation. I'm sorry, this is just mind reading. How do you know?
Super important.
It's super important, but how do you know that? You just assume that based on your observation, based on what you perceive to be the evidence of that. But there's no real basis to say that.
I mean, it's not the first time Trump believed his own horseshit. Yeah, but stop being smug about it. Like, seriously. Seriously, stop being smug about it. Oh, he's just dumb. Look how dumb stop being smug about it. That's not how power works. You think being technically wrong?
That's not how power works either. Being delusional, that's also not how power works. You delude yourself into power. That's also not how that works. Why would you assume that? That you're just delusional and then you just delude yourself into being powerful.
Being wrong counts? You think being wrong counts? Nick Fuentes has been out parroting...
Like, you're powerful because you delude yourself into believing that what you say is true. No, that's not how power works either.
Paul Singer on, hey, look, Venezuela's oil, it's ours now. Paul Singer, Zionist. That's the level we're at. Stop being smug about these people being dumb, because it shows that you don't know how they're actually working. You don't know how any of this is actually working. That doesn't prove Trump was lying. It means he didn't know he was lying at the time. It means that almost to a certain...
No, it doesn't. It doesn't prove that at all. Actually. It doesn't. I'm sorry to say.
It's not smug to recognize these people love amping up their nonsense propaganda by telling themselves scary stories. Yeah, like we don't. Everybody does this. Everybody does this. What are you talking about?
Like, it does not prove that at all. He might have very well known, but just decided to run with what is his own narrative. But that doesn't need to be delusion. You can do this very, very, very deliberately.
They aren't viewing the footage. These people aren't viewing the footage. They're not seeing the recordings. They're knowing of the recordings. And then the recordings, the blanks are being filled in by themselves. They aren't seeing what's happening in the footage. They aren't even seeing the footage. I would actually be...
Yeah, because the footage is immaterial. The footage doesn't matter. That's the point. What matters is what the narrative of what happened is. That is what matters. Crafting of the narrative, crafting of the perception of what happened. That is what matters. The footage is immaterial, and that does not have to come from some sort of delusion.
Very surprised if even a sizable fraction of them have even looked at the recording. And by looking at the recording, I don't mean they saw Lefty getting shot, went lol and moved on, because I think a lot of them did that. I don't think any of them analyzed it. I don't think any of them had a map internally of the actual state of affairs, the actual like sequence of events. Because again, Andrew Wilson, who already knew that the cop was
Yeah, because you assume that people are suddenly honest actors that want to analyze things as they are, go into things and ascertain what the truth of the matter is. No, they have their own framework, then go by it, and they will twist and bend what happened to fit to that model. That is what's happening.
that the cop, he already
Would you go to the army to fight Russia? Yes. Would you? If the Czech Republic would be invaded, would you go to the army to fight Russia? Would you defend your hometown from the Russian invaders?
knew that a cop was hit by the car when it's an ICE agent who was not hit by a car. He was already convinced that that had taken place,
Good.
but he couldn't tell where he was. He couldn't tell if he was in front. He didn't know if he was on the side. And he had to look at it again. And I got to tell you, I remembered exactly where everybody was in that footage. I remember exactly. Two people get out of a truck. One other person walks around from the other side. One person approaches the car, tells the lady to get out of the car. Other person is walking around the front, is at the corner when the car starts moving, shoots into the corner of the glass. I remember it like a film reel. Car goes off, hits another car. And what's really important is that we all do this at every single everybody does this exact same read. When you see people who immediately presumed, for example, the exact nature of what happened on October 7th, in whatever direction, in advance of researching anything, everybody knew what their take was immediately. They're doing the same thing. Everybody knew when they were talking about...
A lot of this is assumption. A lot of it is just reading in tea leaves.
Everyone had a picture in their head of what happened with Maduro. Everyone had a picture in their head of what happened with Charlie Kirk. And that picture has nothing to do with the actual footage. That picture is entirely laterally generated.
And you assume that it's
entirely laterally generated.
How do you know? Again, how do you know that?
Okay, it's like Jurassic Park, okay? The raptor attacks not from the front, but from the side, while you're distracted from the one in front of you.
I'm gonna go to the toilet. I'll be right back. I disagree with a lot of what he's saying here. Drone operator. I'll be right back. I don't know. I'm not sure I'm a fan of this. I see into these people's mind state, and my interpretation is absolutely correct.
Which means our strategy can't be from the front, because it doesn't work. It doesn't work at all. Because you can see what's from the front. You can see who's occupying the front. Right? Democrat Party is from the front.
What was your reaction to Russia attacking Poland with decoy drones last year? Poland should be shooting down drones over Ukrainian sky in western Ukraine. That is my reaction, but Poland will not have the guts to do it. That is my reaction to it.
Oh yeah, a lot of these people are grifters, by the way, just to be clear. There are grifters. There are absolutely grifters.
So they cannot be delusional if they're grifters, because if they're grifters, then they do not believe with what they're saying. So it is deliberate then. Like, you cannot be both delusional and a grifter.
Disturbingly, I think a lot of them are actually on the Democrat side, and I think a lot of the people on the Republican side are just enmeshed in a cognitive, a cognitively freezing web.
I don't think so. No, I don't. No, I don't think so. I do not think so. I'm sorry, that is very naive to think so.
Something else struck me in that conversation. People in that chat were angry. And not angry because they were frustrated about me winning, because I wasn't winning. It was going well. I was not being steamrolled at all. It was actually going quite well. But I wasn't winning. Because you can't win.
Okay.
Which is not like giving myself an out for doing badly. I actually think it did.
And again, we are analyzing someone's mind state. There could be more than one reason to be angry in this situation. It could be just angry because you're going against the narrative that they have in their mind.
Surprised myself. I think I did actually quite well. Which I don't say lightly, by the way. But there were people who were angry.
Okay.
Fuck you, one of them said loudly. And I can sort of understand what the move was. I was listening again, like I was listening to a Radio Warner podcast, which, by the way, you should also subscribe to. It's on, I think it's on Spotify. Unfortunately, or not not Spotify. Podbean. Oh, that's better.
Oh, we're here.
Maybe it's better.
We're back.
I don't know. Is Podbean bad? It's on Podbean. It just had a green.
We've been
icon,
here
so it's on
before.
Spotify, but it's on Podbean. And before they were talking to what's her face, Anya Parampil, who has a book called Corporate Coup on Venezuela, which I ordered actually. So I'm gonna be reading that over the next little bit.
Okay.
They started talking about the Renee Good killing, and they were talking about the way in which conservatives basically all came out of the woodwork in orgiastic glee about this. With a few notable exceptions, of course. You had people like Joe Rogan, you had people like Tucker Carlson demonstrate the one-sided remaining edge of a little bit of their humanity in some respect, potentially, hopefully.
Okay.
Radio War Nerd, the podcast is called Radio. They're very good. They're very good. Brooks introduced me to them. I often get a lot of good book recommendations from them. They're very good. They do like an hour-long podcast, and sometimes they'll have emergency podcasts, like when something big happens, like Venezuela. So they've had two episodes pertaining to Venezuela over the last couple of weeks, over the last week, I should say.
I wonder who President Sunday is gonna raid.
But one of the things they talked about was how they were talking about how like all of these conservatives have come out sort of univocally in orgiastic celebration of this, like a human sacrifice. They wanted blood, and it's not what they expected it would look like, but it'll do. What can I say? They really hate women. I mean, a lot of them do, to be clear, and in a more nuanced way, I would say all of them do. But leaving that aside, I think it's something a little bit different going on. I think the killing of Charlie Kirk is a reverberation. One end of the spider web over here, and then this acts as that. All of this acts as that. And in their imagination, a picture is formed in which tit for tat is taking place between things that have no relation to each other, but it's all unified together.
Okay.
There's a really good book called The Cultural Politics of Emotion by Sarah Ahmed, which if you haven't read, you absolutely should. And one of the things that Ahmed talks about,
Right.
is the way in which pain establishes the contours of a surface. The function of pain is to establish the existence of a surface. By dint of a perceived breach of a surface, the identity of the thing is generated. Right?
Right.
The feeling, the emotion, the sensation of attack over here
Uh-huh.
created a sense of a whole with a W, W-H-O-L-E, that could feel pressure on this end, and therefore also could feel pressure on this end, right? And what's crucial is sort of like how when you feel, when you get hit by something, when you get angry, when you like stub your toe, you'll hit something else, right? You will treat the world as if it is an agent that is intending you harm. You'll strike out at random stuff that is unrelated to the source of the pain that hit you. Or
Okay.
will be something unintelligent. You'll burn your hand on a kettle that broke. You'll throw the kettle across the room. The kettle doesn't care. Only person you've hurt is yourself, and now you need a new kettle. Well, I guess you needed one anyways, because in the analogy it was broken. But let's say the kettle, like you filled it too far, spilled, burned you, then you... Right.
Okay.
We need to start thinking about how we approach this type of thing, not in terms of
Yes.
sides, but in terms of emotional connections that produce the illusion of sides, right? Because the illusion, there are no sides here, and this is actually really important to understand. There is not a humanitarian side and a non-humanitarian side. There are different angles that are perfectly permissive of extreme violence against innocent people in multiple different directions.
Okay.
I'll give you an example.
Give me an example.
And this is where I actually have a lot of sympathy with not the way in which Bad Empanada does things, but with the rhetoric that he actually does deploy to a very limited extent.
Oh
This is what I mean.
no. Okay. I'm very
It has been pointed out correctly that the death of Rene Good has been treated with an order of magnitude more seriousness when it is exactly the kind of arbitrary, wanton violence that has been experienced with Democrat assistance and often approval on the people of Palestine for the past 3 years. Actually, significantly longer than that, but it's been in our headlights for that long. Venezuela was brutalized and manipulated and attacked by Democrats long in advance of Trump following through and doing the stupid thing
right.
that is really what Democrats are mad about him doing, which is showing nakedly that the aims of America with respect to Venezuela are just to steal its oil, and that all of this talk about Venezuela being run by a dictator, they don't really give a shit about that, because they are themselves that thing vis-a-vis those people. They don't care about their self-determination. They are perfectly fine with equipping, arming, and placing entirely corrupt people in the place of Maduro, right? In fact, they are perfectly fine with it being readily apparent to the world that this is just a mafioso relationship in which they aren't actually engaging in regime change. They are simply removing a president who didn't play ball and leaving someone from the same administration in power, with the knowledge that if they don't follow the line, they will suffer the same fate or worse. Probably worse, because there's less name recognition, so people won't care as much if that person winds up somewhere dark and outside of civilization.
Greater and said, I do feel people only care about good because she's a white citizen. Kind of, maybe. Although I feel like there's a bit more at play here. I feel like there's a bit more. It's like it's about a citizen being murdered by ICE, isn't it?
Guys, chill out on okay? This is look, this topic gets people angry. There's a lot of good reasons to be angry about it. I actually am 100% sympathetic to people who have the most uncharitable and violent reads on these people, because you're probably right a lot of the time in a lot of the ways that really matter. I'm interested primarily right now in understanding our situation and figuring out better ways to approach it, because obviously we are losing. And a big part of why we're losing is because we don't really understand the contours of what we refers to. We does not mean the Democrats, by the way.
Yeah, what is we? That is a good question. What is the we? Because you said we don't understand, but what is the we? Good question.
Because once again, capital is playing all sides here. Or rather, capital is pretending to play all sides while also veiling itself, because the Democrats and the Republicans both have the same predatory attitude towards other peoples, including their own people. The people don't know that there's a lot of people don't know this. There's a blind spot in the middle of your vision. Did you know that? The very
Yes, there is. I know about it. There's a little blind spot. You can do a little experiment, and you can actually produce that blind spot, and your brain just fills in the blank. Yes, I know about it. I think everybody knows about this at this point.
center of your eye is actually blind. You can't see anything there. Doesn't feel like it though, does it? Feels like you look at things and you see them. They're just there in your head. Poof. I don't see a hole in the middle of my perception of this glass. It's just all there. There's a literal hole in your vision.
Yeah, but it's very small and your brain sort of just fills in the blank, yes. We also have two eyes, so you have two different perspectives that overlap and complement each other. That's also worth not taking into consideration. Greater End says, I mean, personally, I was not really surprised that ICE would murder a random person interfering with their business, but apparently that's a new revelation for a lot of people. They've been making people disappear. They've been abusing people who have a right to be here. People in America are slow as hell. I mean, sure, but they have been disappearing people as if deporting people or apprehending people, which they do not have the right to do, by the way, but they've not straight up murdered someone, right? My attitude would be the same if they murdered let's say they murdered my editor, okay, and my editor is not a white person, like my reaction would probably be much bigger, you know. It's all dependent.
A lot of people don't know that the extremity of their vision is black and white. Do you see a black and white film around your vision? No. But that's actually what's there. A lot of people who are very dangerously thin don't realize that they aren't fat.
I realize that I'm not fat.
And they starve themselves. It's called anorexia. That principle you can expand way beyond like vision, right?
Okay. But it doesn't mean that you're experiencing a delusion when it comes to your vision. It doesn't mean that your brain fills in the pattern incorrectly. I think that's, you know.
And when we engage with these people, or when we engage with the situation, if that doesn't involve engaging with these people directly, we need to move past the idea that there is any capacity to move the line or to shift people based upon an adversarial one-on-one debate. It doesn't work. I'm going to give an example of...
I mean, I don't really do super adversarial one-on-one debates, so that's whatever. Usually my debates end up being conversations, but...
of how it affected me, actually, in the context of that debate. There was an article that I mentioned. I think I actually mentioned it in a recent video essay. There's an article, and it was cited by a couple of places, that talked about the illiteracy of ICE agents that were being grabbed. And because it was cited by other papers, it didn't...
Also, keep in mind that you've been adversarial to people that completely did not deserve it without any, just out of the blue in the past.
In my head that this was the Daily Mail. Now, why this matters is because the Daily Mail is a notoriously unreliable paper, right? But because in my spider web, if you will, it matched the vibrations of all of the other lines that were going, I accepted that line, that one sentence. Now, it is actually the case that they've expedited the training for ICE agents. It is actually the case that ICE agents are behaving grossly irresponsibly because they lack training. It is actually the case that they've been using AI to go through their resumes, and they've been putting people with no police experience, no law enforcement experience at all, in important positions in ICE where they are actually in charge of some people.
All right.
But because that resonated with the vibrations of the rest of that web, that one line slipped through, illiterate. That's important because I brought that up in the debate. And they didn't have a point of reference for that. I would have. But here's the problem. If I was actually called upon then to defend that in an actual debate, I would be toast. Why?
Why?
Because I'd be relying on a paper that then I would also have to, in another capacity, say, well, I've actually argued against the reliability of this paper. I didn't scrutinize that. The picture was too clear. Now, it doesn't really affect any other part of the argument, but it's a small example. It's a small example of how, like, we are relying on incredibly incomplete information all the time. And it takes a lot of diligence to make sure that we're not. And the picture still remains as complete as it was, regardless of how much information there. Yeah, The Independent mentioned the Daily Mail article, actually. And if I got that wrong, by the way, same difference. Because it lacks that certainty, right?
Yeah, you should not bring up things that you have no confidence in, that you did not Like, okay, in discussion, not just debate, when discussing things, when covering things, you should not just confidently say things that you do not have confidence in. Yeah.
But
Citation needed about UK arresting over 30k people over online posts. Okay. Has the UK arrested over 30,000 people over online posts? Recent reports and official data as of early 2026 indicate that the UK arrests roughly 12,000 people annually over online communications, not 30,000. And online communication is not just online posts, mind you, so I have no clue where your data comes from.
oh, was it the Independent? Yeah, it might have been the Independent actually. Oh, see, there you go. It doesn't matter. It doesn't matter. Let's see. Independent. Oh, well, see, there you go. I misremembered, so it doesn't matter. It's the same principle. Look, hey, good. Woo, you know, past me, he wasn't reading the Daily Mail by accident. Nice. Doesn't matter. Same difference. It doesn't save me, unfortunately, but thank you, Lisa. Look, it's right here. Sorry, suckers. Looks like ICE actually is illiterate. Fuck me. It doesn't matter. Look, here's the point.
What's the point?
Let's just leave that on screen for a second. Undo my error, but it illustrates something great, doesn't it?
Does
It works
what?
anyways. That's the beauty of it.
Okay.
I play both sides, so I always come out on top.
Uh-huh.
I need to not stream after exercising. But here's the point though, okay? Most stuff in the Daily Mail has a bit of truth. Yeah, they're talking about real people and they do write in English, so I mean, yeah, probably stands to reason. You tend to have a grain of truth in order to lie about stuff that is real, right? But well, I don't read the Daily Mail. That's the thing. I think it was a reference to something else, but I don't know where. Let's see. Actually, am I going crazy here? Oh! No, I was right. Look at that. Sorry, I just didn't tell the whole story. Boom. With the goal of
Because you asked a question that's so vague that it's worthless. It's a worthless question. Agree with what?
Uh-oh. Where is it? Where did it go? I clicked a thing and it moved. Here we go. With the goal of hiring 10,000 new deportation officers by the end of the year, the Homeland Security Department appears to be cutting corners according to investigation by the Daily Mail. There we go. We have people failing open book tests, and we have folks who can barely read or write English. One DHS official told the Ally. Now, by the way, it might actually be a perfectly valid study, but it's by the Daily Mail. It's by the Daily Mail. I don't trust the Daily Mail. That's a problem. I believe it. I believe it readily. Doesn't matter. The point is not that either of these conditions are true, and I'm not really attached to this, right? The issue is not illiteracy. The issue is the violation of American rights and the breakdown of the distinction between the purview of the police and the purview of ICE agents.
Yes, that is the problem. The problem is that ICE agents are not the police and they do not have the jurisdiction to do certain things that the police does. Yeah.
And the conditions under which American votes can be eliminated with bullets.
Yeah.
Here's the upshot, though. The picture that people form precedes and conditions the actual literal physical pictures that they are shown, which means you can't argue with them because it's always going through this interpretive filter. It doesn't work. Stuff stuff generates this way libidinally, once again, laterally. It's generated not from your eyes in the front, like you're just an intellect with sensors that just sees truth and it just goes inside your brain. You just have the world inside of you. No, it is all produced from all angles and not from the front. So when you are debating them, and this also happened a lot in the debate too, there was a constant, and to me, which was interesting, there was a constant referral to leftists, evolutionists, materialists, etc., as if that's just a category that's just in front of you. So I'm of that category. I can be engaged with as an avatar of that thing.
Right. Okay, I guess we're gonna finish for now. I have some things to take care of after this. I'm gonna see you later. We're going to continue our rehaul of how we operate, and I'll see you today. Maybe I'll see you today. I'm gonna raid you into somebody. I'm not going to raid you there. I'm not going to play them. We're all live. In time. There you go. Bye-bye.